Hi there, welcome to the MODUS Super Series on Tuesday, live on our YouTube channel. And before we get into today's show, just do me a little favour and make sure you are subscribed to the channel. You'll see all our live broadcasts and plenty of bonus content as well. And what a day we had at the start of week 2 in Series 6 yesterday. There is an awful lot of traffic in Group A. It was a remarkable first day in Group A and a remarkable debut for ADC qualifier Nathan Treadgold, who beat both Dom Taylor and Andy Bolton. He's tied on 4 points with 4 other players, including previous weekly winner Anton Östlund of Sweden. Also in the Monday traffic was Dom Taylor. 2 wins represented a slightly disappointing start for the Tower. As for Scott Mitchell, well, he produced the performance of the day. This 1-2-1 checkout saw him average over 103, but it was only a brace of victories for the former world champion. Andy Bolton also treated us to a 1-2-1 finish, but the pre-group favourite is also one of the 5 on 4 points. It was Victor Tingström who had the surprise start. The Swede cleaned up, winning all 5 to move a full 6 points clear of everybody. Yeah, Chris Mason was in commentary with Paul Nicholson and will be again today. Chris, a really interesting day, a real surprise day.
Yeah, I think Andy Bolton will be sort of scratching his head overnight, thinking, how have I only ended up with 4 points? And so was Scott Mitchell. Scott Mitchell averaged over 90 yesterday. Beautiful performance to finish the day off, and that should give him confidence going into today.
Yeah, it's a remarkable looking table. As mentioned in that highlights package there, all of the players, apart from Tingström, are on 4 points. 6 point lead after one day in this group is unheard of. Yeah,
especially as we sort of fancied that it was going to be Bolton, Mitchell and Dom Taylor. Don't know what order, but we fancied them to be the 3 dominant forces in this group. It's not played out that way. I think the surprise package was Treadgold yesterday. He had a lovely middle spell, couldn't quite back it up in the end, and Dom Taylor just looked out of sorts yesterday, but what could go wrong went wrong for him yesterday, and I expect a much better day from him today.
Yeah, well, it makes it really interesting, and the betting has become very interesting as well, because of course Victor Tingström is now favourite, but he's an odds-on favourite thanks to that 6 point buffer, going in from 10-1 to 4-6.
Yeah, it's a huge jump, isn't it, for those that fancied him yesterday. And, you know, listen, the last time he was here, there was some evidence that he could play. There was certainly some evidence that there were some levels to his game. But yesterday, he wasn't one that I certainly would have picked because of the nature of this group to go through the card unbeaten on day 1. So I'm not sure I'd have any other 4-6. I know it's a big league and a lead and a huge advantage, but it's that kind of group where you could see someone have a dominant day and then the next day really struggle. Scott Mitchell being an example yesterday, he was pretty solid all day and only picked up 2 wins. It wouldn't surprise me if roles reversed today.
But in a group where everybody can beat everybody, is that what needs to happen? One person needs to emerge and take that top spot away from Victor.
Yeah, and I think if you struggle from the off, you're going to have a tough day in this group because it's pretty relentless. And like you say, everybody feels, or probably feels like after yesterday, that they can beat each other. And I think that may be the case today. And, you know, if Tingström got off to a bit of a tough start and his sequence of matches are not in as he fancies, then we may see him just pick up 2 wins today, and that gap will automatically be closed, of course.
Right, let's let Chris Mason cast his eye over today's bet builder. This is what we've come up with for you for a treble just over 5-1. Mitchell in the handicap, minus 1.5 against Treadgold. Östlund and Tingström to have a couple of 180s in that match, and the same in the match between Bolton and Taylor. Yeah,
I think the 180 bets, I think both matches potentially have got 6 or 7 legs in them, so I understand why that is favourable on the exchanges. And the way Mitchell finished off yesterday, of course, that's where they see that bet, because if he reproduces a poor performance, anything like that, you would think he would win 4-0, 4-1.
In terms of winning the group, Victor Tingström now, he said he's going to try and keep it fun. How easy is that when you're now the man at the top being chased?
Yeah, it was a great interview you did with him yesterday on Monday, of course, and you know, he was trying to play it down, but trust me, he will feel that. There's been a lot of interest from back home and on his social media platforms, I'm sure, and listen, he's not going to be human if he didn't feel the pressure of being on top. And what he's not got to do is try and defend that. He's got to go out and just an all-out attack, because once you start trying to defend the lead, that's when you become vulnerable.
Just finally, he's not got to think about how many wins he might need. How many wins do you think he needs today to maybe make tomorrow irrelevant in terms of qualifying for finals night?
He would have to win 4 out of 5, maybe 4 out of 5, and I think he's pretty much home and hose. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be like yesterday, because there were certain moments yesterday where he had a bit of the rub of the green. He was a bit fortunate on a couple of occasions, and we know if that good fortune reverses, this game can be awfully tough.
It certainly can. It's going to be really interesting to see how it unfolds. The first match features the other Swede in this group, Anton Östlund. He takes on Andy Bolton, and Macy's going to head to join Paul Nicholson in commentary.
Thanks, Murph, and a very good morning to everybody tuning in on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It is 9:30, or just after, on Tuesday. And now we see what can happen in this Group A table. Because, like the two Chris's have just mentioned, is a 5-way logjam on 4 points, including Anton Östlund, 23-year-old from Sweden. The only man in the field today who has his own record on Spotify. Andy Bolton, over the age of 50 now, eligible for the seniors, which is not good news
First leg,
for everybody who wants to play and succeed at the seniors, because he's still playing at a very high level. Paul Hinks is your referee all day today.
Yeah, there'll be certainly some of us, Paul, on the seniors tour, hoping he gets a card in January.
Seems to be quite a popular narrative at the minute that you've got very competitive people at the age of 50 or over who would really do damage at something like the Circus Tavern or another senior televised event. And I've actually heard that from multiple parties. I sincerely hope that Andy Bolton is not part of the seniors over the next couple of years.
60.
And if he is on tour in 2024 and 2025, then he wouldn't be here either, because that's how the rules work.
100.
But as far as yesterday is concerned, I'm not surprised to see that he's got the best running average of anybody yesterday, because it's just what Andy does.
Yep.
91.35 for the day, but only 30% on the doubles. He did leave a few legs out there, especially against Anton yesterday.
Yeah, that was a really frustrating result for him, because it was something we discussed. It was a 4-pointer, wasn't it? And the potential to have closed the gap on Tingström before Tingström's even got going today.
58.
But interestingly, Paul, as you just said, it's something we've discussed many times regarding players' eligibility once they've got a tour card.
83.
Well, that was before we heard of the change in the structure and now playing on weekdays.
Game shot on the first
what a lovely
leg.
start to the day for Anton. Do you think there would, with this restructure, will there be a rethink? Or
Second
well,
leg,
we know there won't be a
first.
rethink,
Game on.
but do we think there even now is more a case for players to be given a bit more flexibility?
I definitely think there's going to be
140.
plenty of conversations between Professional Darts Corporation, the PDPA, and maybe some of the players as well, because
60.
we understand that there are still players on tour who have jobs, and now big sacrificial decisions are going to have to be made.
100.
I think if we look at it from a slightly different perspective, you and I are very friendly with Terry Jenkins, and if Terry had any hair left, he'd be pulling it out, because he screamed for years, put them in the middle of the week, it's supposed to be professional. But here's the thing about the Super Series. It's all played midweek and on Saturday nights, and I think that suits players who really want to ply their trade week long. I think dart players these days have just got to get used to the fact that it's not going to be played just on Saturdays and Sundays, wherever they go. Another one?
But then
Got one
could we,
yesterday.
but then could we see
161.
a scenario where that mentality and that almost credibility that was given to having a tour card, will that still be the case?
125. Undercar 25.
Because that was everyone's main goal.
He wanted to move and then he decided not to.
9.
How many times yesterday did he wire
36.
that double eight? And with that camera angle, you can see with the width of his barrels, he's actually covering some of the bed.
Yeah, they're that big.
Now, Östlund started really well in this game. With a 112 checkout, his best of the week so far. He's now got a 2-0 lead. This is a great performance.
Yeah, 15 and 13.
Third leg Anton to third first. Game on. $82.
Yesterday, Anton Östlund averaged 85.95 for the day. He was the only person
84.
yesterday whose top average was a losing average of 91.95. Already seen that Scott Mitchell had the best individual performance of 103.66.
140.
But I think it was really interesting. You and I were watching an interview with James Wade from the Grand Slam from last night when he was eliminating the defending champion Michael Smith. He was talking, and
99.
every now and again, James makes a very decent point. And I think this point that he made about averages, because we talk about them so much, I think he's hit the nail on the head. Because young players nowadays are all talking about, I want to average 100, I want to average 90, I want to average 85. James said, it's irrelevant what averages are. You've got to win moments. You've got to win games. And that's what he does. And I couldn't agree more with James.
Yeah, and it's not a new thing. Even
142.
when I was first getting involved in the game, it was all about Super League in it and a 90 average. The average, we never really saw the averages on TV until
100.
the following month, maybe in the
41.
darts world, or if something incredible happened, or if a record was broken. Because of course averages were all done manual, and the broadcasters don't have the tech that's available now to
25.
for us to. Well, even in this comms box now, we can press a button and the average will come up. But there is massive emphasis put on the averages, because that's an indication of ability.
52.
And that's how it's judged now.
And it's also an indication of what has gone before, not what is about to happen. There's never a guarantee. You average 103 in one game, doesn't mean you're going to do it in the next. But Östlund here, how ironic. It's almost 103. This is turning into maybe his best ever performance at the Super Series.
Game on.
Absolutely. 15, 13 and 16. Dalton with an average of 95.57, and opportunities have been there. He's had full darts at a double. Östlund's only had the 5.
And I've got a really strong point to make today, because I spent
97.
a good amount of time last night wondering how is Victor Tingstrom going to be stopped. And I think
100.
it's a team effort that needs to happen. And that's never something I've ever said before. Because if you think about this as an individual sport, all he can do is play one game at a time.
100.
But I really do think that with that 6-point gap, if he's going to be caught, everybody's going to have to take him out.
What was his running average for the day yesterday?
89.89.
See that? I mean, that's very, very good.
100.
But there was 2 players above him in terms of running averages for the day. So that tells me that there is some vulnerability there.
58.
Again, going back to that point that James made yesterday, you've got to win the right moments.
And he did that yesterday, all day.
Absolutely. He won all the moments yesterday. Whether he wins them today or not, you'll have
60.
to stay with us to find out.
But I think James is quite a unique player in that aspect, because he is the most reactive player I certainly have ever played with and against. His ability to
92.
find gears when necessary is remarkable. I remember us at the World Championships. He was going into the Michael Smith game, he was completely written off. I think was it a semi-final
81.
or
Antonio Carl,
quarter-final?
154.
His running average for the tournament was like 12 points lower, and everybody was basing the potential result on those numbers. But what did James
64.
do out of the blocks,
Antonio
averaging
Carl,
105?
41.
Because he had to.
Andy's got to do this. Keep this match alive. He had 4 darts at a double in this match and hit none of them. That cannot continue.
9.
And now this is a great
Antonio
chance for
Carl,
Anton to get a
90.
4-0 win in the first game of Tuesday.
And he will put himself into second position and eradicate that leg difference issue.
It is the bullseye.
65.
Good effort, well
Antonio
thrown.
Carl,
I bet
32.
that looked good in the air.
They look good on the dance floor.
I think that's a good marker.
Game shot on the fourth
Didn't even
leg.
need it. He
Andy
hurdles it.
Bolton.
And didn't we get that reaction from Anton yesterday when he hit a double against Andy? Amazing what happens when you're playing the
This
same
leg,
player.
Anton through first. Game on.
At least he's not going to be bageled early on Tuesday morning. This game could just be starting if Andy can find himself a little bit of a purple patch.
96.
He looks a different player today, Anton Östlund. A lot more tempo and rhythm to the throw. It looks
97.
way more relaxed but purposeful.
Just wonder how many reps he had at the end of last week. And I talk about this a lot when
100.
mentioning Fallon Sherrick, because I've been around Fallon a lot in the last few years, got to know her game really, really well. And when she's not playing at her best,
100.
it's always the same. It's 3 words. She needs reps. And when she's been here, she goes on to something. She plays brilliant.
But she did
58.
it when we had that women's series.
Exactly. And I think Anton's the same. I think he needs reps. And after yesterday's 5 games, I think you're right. He looks more
140.
assured.
Yeah, players that are not aimers, I totally agree with you. They do need reps because they play off muscle memory and feel. Where if you don't have those reps in the bank, you have no feel.
96.
I'll put it this way. There was a
Antonio
very
Carl,
big interview that came out
164.
in the last few days. Michael Smith saying that he's been lazy recently. And he's the world champion. Wow. Bullseye.
Yeah, but I think for Michael,
121. Antonio
he's
Carl,
worked so hard
151.
over the last 10 years or so. I think he more than deserved a year where he got the chance to do the holidays and spend some time at home. I
93.
certainly don't
Antonio Carl,
begrudge him that.
43.
It's a difficult balancing act when you're world number 1 to put in the work and then to give time to the family and your loved ones. Must hit this.
Game
And
shot on the
does.
fifth leg.
This
Andy
game is
Bolton.
really turning.
I think for some players, like your MVG and like your
Six leg
Peter
Andy to
Wright,
throw
being world
first.
number
Game
1 is a
on.
massive thing to them. I think for Michael, I think it's just a box ticked. He's a box ticker.
140.
What you're saying, Mace, is that some players think, I've made it there now. I'm always going to be referred to as a world number 1. It's not that big a deal to me how long I hold it.
No,
140.
like MVG's never been world number 1 more than once.
He just held it for 7 years.
Yeah. Peter Wright and Gezi Price traded
60.
places for a while, didn't they?
Yeah, not everybody wants to be Tiger Woods, who seems to hold it forever. As long as they get there, good.
57.
What was the
No.
highest world ranking you got?
11 and 3 in the BDO. I was 11, and that was when Andy
100.
Jenkins was ahead of me, which he doesn't mention very often. And yeah, that was sort of around the infancy of the Premier League, and then right around that time is when they changed the ranking
58.
system to a 2-year rolling system, and I almost in a matter of weeks went from 11 to 18, got back up to 16, but of course Last 16 of every tournament.
55.
Certain Mr. Philip Douglas Taylor was waiting for me.
And he's waiting to go to 3-3. If Anton not going to hit something big here, but 106 is begging to be left, and he does, just about with a dangling dart in there. It was 3-0 to the Swede, and he was averaging over 102. That has now come down towards 95.
96.
Still a brilliant game,
106.
which could either end here or give us a last leg shootout.
54 for 32. Misses it. The Bolton will be back.
He's not going to do a Nico Bloom and go for the
74.
bull.
Andy O'Carr, 50.
Yeah, he had some bizarre finishing.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
Somebody's
sixth leg.
warming
Andy
to the
Bolton.
task, and things may be changing here. We were talking about Anton going second. Andy was second
Seventh and
before a
final
dart was
leg, Anton
thrown.
to throw first.
He
Game
might
on.
bolster that position with an early win here. This has been really, really gritty from a particularly gritty player.
One of the grittiest.
96.
You know something, when I came into darts around 2008, and consequently it's 15 years tomorrow since I made my TV debut, playing Gary Anderson, who I'd known
59.
for about 10 years, which I thought was really ironic. But when I came into darts, there were certain names that I knew of, and I didn't know a great deal about these people personally. But over the years, I got to know people
55.
like Mark Walsh and Andy Bolton and Hendo, and the respect and the kind of player that they have, and in the case of Andy and John still have,
60.
just doesn't leave them. This innate ability to just grind something out. I
Yeah,
wish I'd had that.
Yeah, they were the type of players that you, when you looked at the draw, you wanted to avoid early on, because you knew if you didn't produce,
60.
you were out.
Completely. If Andy does get the victory in this game, it will typify what he's all
60.
about. But Anton has weathered the storm in the first 9 darts of this final leg.
Or is it going to be a repeat of our final match yesterday that was won by Anton by the same scoreline, 4 legs to 3?
If it is,
58.
I think Andy would have to agree. This is the reason.
Absolutely. Yesterday, in that very match, he had 15 darts at a double that he missed. He had 18 in total and hit 3.
This
43.
final leg is getting away from him. He needs another error from Anton, then he needs a maximum.
It's 4 troublous visits for Bolton.
Even if Andy was to get a maximum, he'd leave a 3-darter. Not going to be in 2-dart range no matter what he does. That's a great switch.
122.
Clever.
Really intelligent as well. Showed a bit of that yesterday on a 1-2-4 checkout attempt where he went treble 18 first.
80. Anton O'Carr, 110.
Just for reference, if you weren't with us yesterday, his opponent wasn't on a finish.
Pick your treble. Would have gone for the bull as well. That's a really nice
86.
approach.
Yeah, he loves that treble 16 in when he's in that range. Good performance this from Anton.
59.
The only bright side,
Anton O'Carr, 24.
if Anton hits this for Andy, is that at least he made it close leg difference-wise. And Anton does
Game
win
from the
by
match.
4 legs to
Anton
3 once
Osler.
again, and does the double over X Factor in the last 2 matches that we've seen here at the Modus Super Series in week 6. Oh, sorry, in week 2 in Series 6. More than 1 ton hit in that one, but he's very happy and he's finding the lens, just like his Swedish counterpart, Victor Tingström, who is going to take part in our second match today. He's up against Dom Taylor, after we've just seen that match right there. So don't go far. Match 2 is coming up.
At Bet365, we encourage all of our players to play safe. So before you take a look at today's fixtures, log in and check out our responsible gambling tools. Like deposit limits. You can set a daily, weekly, or monthly limit that helps keep an eye on your spending. So you are able to enjoy the things that matter most. When you play safe with Bet365.
Anyway, cutbacks, initial thoughts, downsizing. I could make do with this office here, I suppose, but that big space downstairs is a bit overindulgent nowadays, isn't it?
By downstairs, do you mean closing the actual branch? Mm-hmm. But nationwide, aren't we?
We're not nationwide, are we? We're nothing like them. Isn't that my ex-wife?
Unlike the big banks, we're not closing our branches. Nationwide, a good way to bank.
When you finally move in. When 2 becomes 3. When they've shot up again. When you want the flexibility to shop the brands you love. Say hello to VeryPay. Choose Pay Now, Pay Later, or pay over 3 months and pay no interest. And we'll send you helpful payment reminders every month. VeryPay, nice and flexible for when life is anything but. Shop now at very.co.uk.
Say hello to Go.Compare, the new way to compare prices on insurance, credit cards and more. So, if you're looking for the right deal on your pet insurance, looking to switch your home insurance, or searching for car insurance with £250 free excess cover, remember Go.Compare. One click and you're there. Go.Compare!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where, well, the players are ready and it's Tingstrom time. Victor had victories in all of his matches yesterday and is looking to build on that incredible start to the group, what put him 6 points clear of the rest of the field. He takes on Dom Taylor, who was expected to be right at the top end, but if he gets a victory here, it will already start to congest in this group. It's going to be a really interesting day and certainly could live up to its nickname of moving day. And guiding you through the action are Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you once again, Murph. This is the first time that the champion of Group A elect is on the chopping block at the start of Tuesday. Like I said in game 1, it's got to be a team effort to try and peg him back, especially in the first couple of rounds today, because if he goes to 14 points and stays undefeated after 7, then there may not be a way back for the rest of the field. But Dom Taylor, who started pretty well yesterday, even though he lost against Andy Bolton in a 6-leg match, he needs that kind of level of performance to worry Victor Tingstrom, who at times yesterday was very assured, and maybe yesterday was the best day he's ever had here in Portsmouth.
Certainly was. And when you look at his opening couple of matches, I mean, if he does manage to beat Dom Taylor, I fancy Dom to do a job here on Victor. Victor's next game is against Treadgold, and again, if we dissect the data from yesterday, that's a game you'd expect Victor to win. So
60.
If he does defeat Dom Taylor for a second time in 2 days, that potential you spoke of getting to 14 points, you start to look at it slightly different, that he could potentially start to run away with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Great start from Dom, though. He had 5 180s yesterday, and he's turned that into 6 for the week immediately. But that number of 14 is very important because he does win his first 2 games, the Swede, that means that nobody will overtake him on points today, no matter what they do. He wins 3 games today, and he will definitely have the lead on points.
140.
We were all holding our breath there for a second. We thought he might have done a Ryan Searle.
Yes, congratulations to Ryan. Not only does
58.
he progress through to the last 16, he also won it with a 9-darter.
This goes to show, doesn't it? The best time to hit a 9 is the last leg of a
Yeah.
match.
What a time to hit one.
Couldn't happen to a nicer fella as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, he plays his great pal Luke Humphries in the last 16.
Sign me up.
They-
What a game that'll be.
Yeah, they meet an awful lot. And they are the best of
59.
buddies.
Dom
They
Lucar, 44.
travel together, eat together, practice together.
Yeah, small matter of Anderson versus Price as well.
Yeah, that's a little tasty.
Double 16
Game
for a
shot on the
wonderful
first leg.
start
John
from the
Taylor.
tower. My
11-darter.
word. We could say that Victor Tingstrom was towering over everybody yesterday
Second leg,
points-wise,
John
but
to throw
in that first leg,
Game on.
the tower takes his mantle back. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Victor handles being the hunted, because everybody's going to be after him today. He's going to have a really big target on his back, and everybody's got paintball
59.
guns today.
Just looking at the matches yesterday, he just edged out
58.
Scott Mitchell, who he did have a dart to win it, didn't he, Scott?
I think he did.
Yeah, I think he had 1 or 2 darts. And then convincing against Bolton in a wonderful performance where he averaged 98.18. There was
100.
no good fortune in that one. Comfortable against Anton, 4-1.
$60.
That 98.18 average for Victor yesterday was the second best performance of the day, behind Mitchell's 103 plus.
Yeah, it was only his first and last, well, yeah, his match against Dom,
98.
4-3, and his opening match of the day, 4-3 against Mitchell. The rest of them, he was very, very good indeed. Plenty of that.
140.
As for Dom yesterday, 88.1 his running average. Not bad at all. He was on par with his doubling as well, 33%. He had the biggest checkout of yesterday of 156.
134.
So there were a lot of really useful boxes ticked. But I think his fluctuation of mood was really
96.
interesting yesterday.
Dominic
When he was happy,
110.
he didn't show it. When he was disappointed, he did show that, though.
Yeah, that 156 came against Victor. Yeah, he was a little bit too
78. Victor Carr, 147.
too expressive yesterday in his disappointment, and I think a lot of players fed off of that.
59.
Tom
Dominic
Taylor's got the
32.
jump on Victor here. He's also doing it against the darts. Engstrom has got the darts in 3 of his 5 games today. This would be a wound if he were to lose to Taylor, but this is a big shot.
No score. Victor Carr, 88.
This would resurrect his chances in the match. It would get the advantage back.
And this is what was happening yesterday when opponents were missing golden
60.
opportunities.
Dominic
He
Carr,
was
32.
normally stepping in behind them and punishing. And that can affect you as a player, of course. Well, the
Getting shot on
opposition can be
second leg.
affected
John
by
Taylor.
seeing a player constantly nicking legs off, or you
Third
feel
leg,
like
Victor
they're
to throw
nicking legs
first.
and
Game
matches
on.
from you.
This is a very different day. It's not Monday anymore. Here's what happens between
60.
8 hours of sleep.
Tungsten Tuesday.
By the way, I did like that semi-pun made by Chris Murphy at the top of this game. We said it was Tingstrom time. That was very good.
Okay.
120.
Can't believe it's game 6 of the week and you haven't talked about it being a storm ting
55.
yet. You loved
Well,
that the last time he was here.
We've got one outside at the minute, haven't we?
Yeah, it's called Debbie.
I'll call it a storm ting.
$139.
This is storming as far as the scoring is concerned. Dom Taylor, after a couple of legs, is averaging in 3 figures and looking very assured.
59.
So far, Victor has left his scoring boots at the hotel. First start has not been good for Victor so far. He's been very stubborn as well in going for that treble 20.
92.
Not been using his switches a lot. But having said that, we did see Anton Ørstlund 3-0 up. And he was pegged back to 3-3.
57.
Nothing is guaranteed in the game of darts. Doesn't look like a happy bunny at the back of the stage either. Looks fairly frustrated. All of that positivity that he created yesterday, it all seems like a distant memory when you come back on a
60.
Tuesday morning and things aren't going your way immediately.
That's always the danger, and it's that psychological effect and impact, and we're seeing it in front of our very eyes.
What does the phrase say?
44.
Darts is on the day.
90.
No truer word for normal dart players, anyway.
Yeah, that walk to the back of the stage is turning very languid. What happened there? Must have been that storm ting. Must have been a big gust of wind.
We spoke about it yesterday. Why
25.
overcomplicate things? Your opponent's on 226. You love double 18. Why are you going bull?
Said he was very expressive
90.
yesterday.
Dominicar 65.
Sometimes he does it and it's flat out entertaining. Just wonder what was going through his mind there when he was at the table. 32 left.
I love that shot.
Why? Very underused.
33. Victor Carr 136.
7 darts at a double. He's only hit a couple. But he is coming back for 3-0.
From the back end of this leg, at the point he wanted 90,
60.
he was averaging
Dominicar
104.
32.
Now averaging 92.
He has hit double 16 in the match already. Doesn't need it now.
Game shot on the
But he
third
does have a
leg.
3-0
Dom
lead
Taylor.
and 2 breaks of throw, crucially. I don't really know what to say first. The fact that Dom Taylor's averaging over 90 or whether Victor's averaging under 70.
Game on.
Somebody didn't have their wheated biscuits this morning.
Certainly not had his 100 grams of protein by the looks of it.
I want to dig into this.
100.
Well, we can. Because speaking to someone like yourself who has played in a group scenario like this, at this time of year as well, which I think makes a bit of a difference. And you might think I'm crazy for
83.
asking this question, but what did you have for breakfast before you played in a Group A situation?
Muesli with bananas on top, semi-skimmed milk, and then I ate bananas throughout the morning.
134.
And for everybody tuning in on MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, this is the most important question. Why?
And a protein shake, of course.
99.
Carbs from the muesli with, again, the potassium from banana. It is good for the mind, and it regulates how the carbohydrates convert to
131.
effectively sugar to give you energy.
Yeah, because for energy you need oxygen and glucose. So you need things that actually work in the best possible way.
And water.
100.
Lots of
Dominicar
water.
136.
It's silly excuses for people not drinking enough water. Something along the lines of, I don't want to go to the toilet as much. Give me strength. 136. for 4-0.
60.
But
And
it's
right
funny.
now, he'll take 60.
It's funny how CP was saying, "Oh, I just can't drink enough water." Well,
81.
I come back from the
Dominic
shop
Carr,
this
76.
morning with 12 bottles of it.
There were 76 bottles hanging on the wall, and Tom is hoping that there's none left at the end of this visit. 4-4 for the 4-0 win.
72. Victor Carr, 138.
Just saying there, it was a bit of an early release, and that's just due to a bit of nerves and just forcing the issue.
Make no mistake, this has not gone to plan for Victor Tingstrom, but this is good
86.
news for everybody
Dominic
else.
Carr, 4.
Absolutely.
2-2. To get a really good first win in the bank. Did not win his first game yesterday, but he has won his first game today by the ideal margin. He hasn't just pegged Victor Tingstrom back points-wise, but he has eroded his leg difference very early here. So game on as far as everybody's concerned. Victor didn't turn up. Dom did. He's actually mimicked one of his best wins of yesterday with that 91.09 average. But when we come back, Nathan Treadgold will be back, our ADC qualifier, and he's going to take on the former Lakeside champion. That is the man in pink, Scott Mitchell.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where yesterday Scott Mitchell produced the best performance of the day, an average of 103.66 in his final victory. He takes on Nathan Treadgold again in his first match of today, and Scott was in the commentary box last week. How do you manage that transition from commentator to player? Well, a man who knows all about it, Chris Mason, asked him earlier this morning.
Morning, Scott. Monday, probably not what you felt you deserved in terms of points, but certainly performance level. Averaged over 90 for the day and finished off with that beautiful 103.66.
yeah, when you finish the day like that, you don't want the games to stop. You want to say, could I have some tomorrow's today, and keep it going. But yeah, obviously I was here doing bits of commentary last week on Thursday and Friday, and I still was feeling like a commentator up here at times for the first couple of games. So once we got to the point where I got fed up with losing and all the trying and everything, I just sort of let myself go, and yeah, the result was 103 average.
Yeah, how are you finding that transition? You've been doing commentary a while now. We did a bit for Talk Sport together, of course. You've done a bit at Lakeside over the last couple of years. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that I know not every player can do it, so I find it particularly easy because I'm that much into the game, and I've been watching the game since the 70s, and it's just, I absolutely adore the game. So to be able to get to talk about people playing the game that I love playing is just keep having to pinch myself really to know that I'm doing it.
And the full version of that interview with that man on the stage is available on this Modus Super Series YouTube channel. So bookmark that for the end of play today. Give it a watch. Chris Mason and Scott Mitchell chatting all things comms, darts, the past, the present and the future. One of the men on the stage, the other one is in the commentary box alongside Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, thanks very much, Murph. I think there's a bit of banter between the commentators who have played on that stage to see who's done the best, but nobody's done as good as Chris Mason because he's made Champions Week. He has won on a Saturday night against Tony O'Shea in a final in front of a packed house. As far as the rest of us are concerned, we are in your dust, Mace.
Well, it's not too bad, I suppose. 30-odd years of playing and a couple of lucky weeks.
Lucky. Not luck at all. You played fabulously that week. And interestingly as well, we picked up on something this morning. The best average of yesterday, which came from Scott Mitchell of 103.66, actually was your best average of your week, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah. And mine was against John Walton. John walked into a few that week, if I remember rightly.
John Walton, the Lakeside champion from 2001. Can't believe that was nearly 23 years ago.
Looks like Nathan to throw first.
But the champion of 2015 from nearly 9 years ago. That seems almost unbelievable as well.
Yeah, just over a month before he won the Worlds, he won the World Masters as well. Beat me in the semi-final and Murph King in the final, and was 2 sets down and a leg down in both matches. Incredibly, came back to win them both. What a month or so he had.
Indeed. Very good career that John Boy had. And if you compare the amount of ranking titles that some people have won to Scott Mitchell, you'd be surprised to know that Mitchell has won a lot more than you think. His CV is a lot more impressive than people give him credit for. We could sit here for hours talking about what he's won, where he's won. He's won all over the place.
And, of course, an incredible international player for England.
Absolutely. World Cups, Europe Cups, home internationals. It's a stellar effort from someone who started with very humble beginnings at Dorset.
Yeah, I remember, well, in that interview, you'll hear us have a laugh and a joke about a meeting we had, and it was actually the Super League Team Cup thing.
Oh, the Champions Cup.
Champions Cup. And we met in a tie.
100.
I can't remember if I was playing for West of England or London at that time, but yeah, it got a bit spicy.
That tournament was really spicy.
Yeah, it was.
I have a photograph of when Northumberland won that, and the team was absolutely mouth-watering. But that was such a great tournament.
Yeah, looking back at... I'll try and rattle through them as quick as possible, but a former Gold Cup winner, of course. British Open winner, Czech Open, Denmark Masters, Denmark Open, England Classic, England Masters, England Match Play. Both of those on 2 occasions. England National Championships twice, French Open, German Open, Hampshire Open, Isle of Man Classic, Jersey, Romanian Classic, Sun Parks Masters, Swedish Open, Swiss Open, Tops of Ghent, Welsh Open, Europe Cup pairs twice, Europe Cup team once, World Cup champion
60.
once.
Scott Lucan, 96.
Who else can say that they've won that much? This man can. But does he win the first leg against the Welshman Nathan Treadgold? He might not. Because if there's one thing that stood out when I was doing my morning numbers,
38.
it was the
Nathan
percentage
76.
on doubles for Nathan. It surprised me. 42% yesterday. That's world class.
Yeah.
Can he maintain that?
68.
Not in the first
Scott
leg,
Ricard, 58.
but it did take him a game to get going yesterday. I wonder if today will be the same. Mitchell needs tops and was very good at it yesterday.
Game
And
show on
he
the
is,
first leg.
once
Scott
again,
Mitchell.
enjoyed that one, didn't he? I think those new darts of his are starting to bunch together in the fashion that he really wants
Second
them
leg, Scott to throw first. Game
Well, there's
on.
definitely a thought behind the design. We discussed that as well.
Consider where the grip is on the dart and where that very
100.
deliberate scallop in the middle of the barrel is. It's all to do with finger position and how he wants it to feel when he delivers the dart. That's for sure. But as far as Nathan is yesterday,
140.
I think he was quite harsh for him to be in 6th position at the end of the day on 4 points. But the only reason he was is because of the traffic that Chris Murphy was talking about at the top of the show. 5 players on 4 points is something that I've never seen before on a
50.
Monday. And Nathan was at the bottom, albeit tied in 2nd position on points.
Yeah, the one thing I've noticed with Scott, looking at not just his level of play here when he's
121.
played on a Thursday and Friday afternoon, or even on Challenge Tour, or when he's got an opportunity to play on the Pro Tour, when he's not had a card,
83.
is his early games can be very much a feeling out process. Well, of course, on the Pro Tour, it's a slightly longer format, a race to 6. You've got a bit more time to get up to speed. Yesterday, he
85.
just 11 darts at a double and averaged 81.38 and lost full 3. But the jump in levels to his next match were night and day, where he averaged very nearly 94 and 40% on doubles and hit full
98.
180s.
Nathan Ricard, 155.
He will touch on that with Scott again in the next leg. Just wonder if he's going to be 2-0 up because, again, Nathan's got the better shot going into the finishing zone. That's a really good visit.
Scott Ricard, 170.
Didn't get a 170 yesterday. In fact, the biggest finish was 156 from Dom Taylor. I'll have to wait for a little bit of fishing from someone who does enjoy a bit of fishing.
98. Nathan Ricard, 16.
His double 8 once again for Nathan. Missed it twice in leg 1. He has
Game shot
not
on the
missed it
second
a
leg.
third
Nathan
time.
Treadgold.
Nice conversion to get his throw back.
Yeah, 13 dart break back. Averaging 96.
Third leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
It's amazing what goes through your mind when you finish the session and you're always looking forward to the next day. And I'm trying to categorize Scott Mitchell's day yesterday. And the thing that came to mind,
123.
it was as if he was playing a game of poker yesterday, but he was playing Omaha high-low. Because when he was high, he was very high. When he was low, he was very low.
Yeah, there was a big range yesterday. Some 20 points in the range from him at his very best.
Did get a little bit of that from Nathan as well.
Yes.
He had a couple of averages which were very threatening here at the Super Series, but
58.
3 other averages or 3 other performances that would need improvement.
Yeah, it was almost those middle 2 games, wasn't it? And interestingly, when Scott finished yesterday, he wanted to continue. He felt like he'd sort of got up to
60.
speed at that point.
I don't think he'd get that from many players. I think 5 games is enough for most players. And to hear that he wants to play more is very encouraging and not good news for everybody else.
58.
We had 27 180s yesterday. Where would you categorise that? Is that low? Is it par? Is it high?
140.
Well, I mean, look historically back, it's his low.
It's almost 2 180s a game.
Yeah.
To put it in that sort of context.
92.
We have had days where it's been closer to 3 per game.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe not low. Maybe low's not the right word. Just slightly below par.
What we'll do on
95.
Wednesday morning is we
Nathan
can
Carr,
confirm
170.
how that number does sit compared to today. I think we should get more today because they're more settled, these players now. Monday can synonymously be quite nervy.
134.
Another great approach
Scott
from the
Carr,
Welshman.
146.
But Scott Mitchell in the corner. Can he come out swinging?
Yeah, I don't mind him staying there because it was high and left loads of room.
90. Nathan Carr, 36.
Double 18 for a 2-1 lead against the former world champion.
Game shot on the third leg.
Oh,
Nathan
a bit of
Treadgold.
posturing there, a bit of Darius Labanauskas.
Yeah, a bit of the Bob Anderson point.
Fourth leg, Scott to through first. Game on.
I don't mind a bit of that.
No.
Anything with Bob Anderson is fun.
Nathan was looking for a bit of revenge from yesterday's trouncing.
140.
Let's talk about that statement because in this group scenario, does revenge exist? Or is it just a case of I'd like to be competitive against certain players all week?
140.
But there's got to be certain results that sit badly with you. Let's take Anton Östlund, for instance, against Andy Bolton. Anton's won them both. Is there a measure of revenge on Andy's mind playing that game tomorrow?
Yeah, but that won't sit. To
100.
lose both matches 4-3, and like I said, he had opportunities yesterday, and his position, table position, would look a whole lot different. And with all due respect to Anton, I remember he was one I picked as an outsider on debut,
140.
just on the feedback we've been given from those in Scandinavia and involved with Scandinavian darts. But I think Andy Bolton's a better player than him, and Andy Bolton will feel that.
140.
Great scoring leg from Mitchell.
Hence the reason I thought Dom Taylor would do a job on Victor. It was irrelevant of what he did yesterday. I just think Dom Taylor's got a higher level.
57.
Let's face
Scott
facts.
Ricard,
Yesterday, there were
121.
certain aspects of the bet builder, and we just said, "Oh, that's not going to happen." And we were right, and you were spot on the money with Dom Taylor winning against Tingstrom, and he did so
57.
very comfortably.
Nathan Carr, 164.
This would be, I was going to say, a kick in the shins, but Mitchell will be back at 64.
If there was
The mood
56.
Treadgold's in, you want to
Scott Ricard,
limit his
64.
opportunities.
You brought up a great point yesterday that maybe the treble 19 department was his best strength yesterday. He was really good at it.
Strike rate down there was impressive.
32.
That one's missed by a
Nathan
good half an
Carr,
inch.
108.
Treadgold, based on that premise of treble 19, really should go for it here.
Yeah, he's not looked comfortable in that area of the board over the last couple of days for me. As we mentioned, his efficiency, nowhere near.
Like repelling magnets.
56. Scott
He
Ricard,
was
32.
magnetizing them together yesterday, and now they're being repelled. They're a good centimetre and a half away. Double 16 turns into double 8.
Game
That is
shot on the
such a
fourth
beautiful
leg.
dart.
Scott Mitchell.
Some dart.
That is surgical from Scott Mitchell.
Well, you could almost see that the
This
channel
leg,
he had
Nathan to throw first. Game on.
to aim down, and that was his only opportunity.
He knows a thing about a channel or two, as he shows a bit of gumption at the back of the stage there. I can't imagine it's easier to cut fields with combine harvesters in a straight line, but I'm sure he can do it.
140.
Well, modern tractors, believe it or not, have navigation on them. You just program them, and it maps out the land, and you just press the button, and off it goes.
I've been wanting to ask
60.
Scott, actually, a question I think was on a lot of people's minds about 2 years ago when Jeremy Clarkson was airing his farming show for the first time. I wonder what Scott feels about
70.
Jeremy Clarkson's Lamborghini tractor.
Well, I believe it or not, when I did some comms with him a few weeks ago, we had that very conversation, and he said it's actually been great for highlighting how hard it is for even someone
100.
with the financial backing of Clarkson, how tough an industry it is.
Yeah, I sat with Scott at Lakeside
45.
back in 2018. He was talking to me about the intricacies of running such a interesting business and the amount of time it takes away from you and how much sleep you don't get. Got so much respect for all of
100.
the farmers out there and what they do for us. And I actually went to a sheep farm in Australia when I lived there. Saw them doing the shearing and all of the different things that they do. Like,
isn't there more sheep than people in Australia?
55.
And New Zealand, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the same in Wales. Quite a lot in the South Downs. I saw that recently and going for a bit of a hike.
140.
Great black sheep and white sheep up there.
Yeah,
Wonderful to see.
Not far from where I am, up in Derbyshire. Of course, the Matlock and Derby Dales and all around there. Of course, the sheep have freedom to
95.
to wander.
Got your car,
Where it should be.
101.
Now, free to roam. Would Mitchell be free to roam with a 3-2 lead? It's classic Mitchell. 101 out. He is really enjoying this game all of a sudden. He's been pushed.
Yeah, he's loving it.
6 legs, Scott to throw first. Game on.
This is a really good game of darts. Played at a really decent level. High 80s, low 90s, that kind of thing. It's all about winning moments, and that moment was owned
60
by the man from Dorset. A wonderful shot.
And needed.
Oh, well, we got the time. I'd just like to throw out a couple of happy birthdays today. Actually, more than a couple. One to Christopher Tonders, who
90.
has played at the Super Series this year. Pal Sakeh from Hungary, one of their best players. Nitin Kumar, one of the best players in India. And the great Dieter Hedman.
Yes, happy birthday to you all.
55.
Dieter will be here on Saturday.
Yes.
Playing in the ADC Ladies Tournament. So watch out for that on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. It will be streamed live on Saturday afternoon. And
do we have a start time for that?
45.
Paul?
I think it's 1 o'clock, but we will post on our social feeds the exact details of that throughout the week, so you don't have to miss the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and final.
Yeah, why not join us on Saturday night? Tickets are free. It's just a £2 booking fee if you have a QR scanner on your device. That will take you straight to the landing page, or if you're like me and don't have one of those things, then head over to www.dartshop.tv. While you're there, have a look around for the many exhibitions that are taking place throughout the remainder of this year and next year.
Yeah, there's a good one happening called the Untouchables.
Yes, in Portsmouth.
171.
A wonderful 171 there from Mitchell. Gives himself a match-winning opportunity. He could elevate his position in the table to the top 3 with the same points as Dom Taylor and Anton Östlund, and could leave Bolton and Treadgold
Scott Lucan 92
in the treads.
Yeah, the doors open at 11:30 on Saturday. Action starts 12:30, double 16 to wrap it up 4-2 in
Game,
14,
shot
and
on the
Scott
match, Scott
Mitchell
Mitchell.
does do the double over Treadgold. It was 4-0 yesterday, slightly tighter affair today, 4-2 in favour of Scott with a 90.88, 91.11 in defeat for Nathan Treadgold. No 180s in the match, but 10 140s, and the finishing very, very tidy from both. So that elevates Mitchell up into Group B possibility, as he now holds position 3. When we come back, Dom Taylor takes on Anton Usland.
At Bet365, we encourage all of our players to play safe. So before you take a look at today's fixtures, log in and check out our responsible gambling tools. Like deposit limits. You can set a daily, weekly, or monthly limit that helps keep an eye on your spending. So you are able to enjoy the things that matter most. When you play safe with Bet365.
Anyway, cutbacks, initial thoughts, downsizing. I could make do with this office here, I suppose, but that big space downstairs is a bit overindulgent nowadays, isn't it?
By downstairs, do you mean closing the actual branch? Mm-hmm. But nationwide, aren't we?
We're not nationwide, are we? We're nothing like them. Isn't that my ex-wife?
Unlike the big banks, we're not closing our branches. Nationwide, a good way to bank.
When you finally move in. When 2 becomes 3. When they've shot up again. When you want the flexibility to shop the brands you love. Say hello to VeryPay. Choose Pay Now, Pay Later, or pay over 3 months and pay no interest. And we'll send you helpful payment reminders every month. VeryPay, nice and flexible for when life is anything but. Shop now at very.co.uk.
Say hello to Go.Compare, the new way to compare prices on insurance, credit cards and more. So if you're looking for the right deal on your pet insurance, looking to switch your home insurance, or searching for car insurance with £250 free excess cover, remember Go.Compare. One click and you're there. Go.Compare!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the first 3 games of Tuesday have been played, and this is what's happened so far. Anton Östlund, a 4-3 win against Andy Bolton. Victor Tingstrom won all his games yesterday, but lost all of the legs in his opening match today against Dom Taylor, and Scott Mitchell doing the double over Nathan Treadgold. That means now that the chasing pack are, well, chasing Victor Tingstrom at the top. Taylor, Mitchell and Östlund now all 4 points behind, and by the time that Tingstrom plays again, he could have gone from having that 6-point buffer to just a 2-point lead over a couple of players. Dom Taylor hoping to be one of them, as is Anton Östlund. They're about to go head-to-head now in the 4th game of today's 15, and guiding you through every one of them is Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Chris. This is an interesting first game of round 2, because after everything that we saw yesterday and that 6-point gap for Victor Tingstrom, he might just have someone tapping on his shoulder after this. But who's it going to be? Because Dom Taylor taking on Östlund now, because they've won their first game of the day, it means that one of these players will be within 2 points of the other Swede at the end of game 4. We have a very different complexion
First leg, Dom to
of the
through
Group A
first.
table now all of a sudden.
Game on.
Yeah, and that performance from Victor, where he averaged 73-64 against Dom Taylor in a 4-0 drubbing. Will he be able to I think he'd be actually pleased that he's had a bit of a gap in between matches
84.
just to try and address that, because if he had a quick turnaround, I don't think he'd have had time to shake off a performance like that.
Say one other thing about Thingstrom as well. He doesn't want to play like that against Nathan Treadgold based on what we've just seen.
100.
Because Nathan looked pretty useful. The only reason he was losing that game to Mitchell is because Mitchell was brilliant in the right moments.
Mitchell won the key moments, mainly due to some great finishing, including a fabulous 101
100.
when Nathan was waiting in the wings.
Taylor didn't need big finishing against
80.
Tingstrom. His biggest finish was 44. He got 11 darts at double, which is the second most in a match so far today. Only Andy Bolton has had more, but he lost to Ursland.
180.
And we only had 2 180s in all of round 1 here this morning.
And one of them was from Dom. The other one
140.
from his
Dominic
opponent.
137.
Gonna look to the 19s here. I don't know about that when Anton is on
59.
181. I just get the feeling that the single 19 makes things just a bit harder if you then get the single 20.
Yeah, because you're looking at leaving double 19.
Dominic R 78.
I think if you're going to go 19 first and you hit the single, I think the 54 is the shot.
54 was the shot, but now tops is the shot.
Game shot of the
He
first
looks
leg.
very
John
clinical
Taylor.
today, doesn't he? Got the bit between his teeth. A very good start to his second
Second leg
game.
Anton to throw first. Game on.
Already looking very potent.
Well, he was my pick, and that was, I mean, he was the outsider of the
94.
big three in this field, with all due respect to the rest of the players. But Dom Taylor, Scott Mitchell, and Andy Bolton were the three expected to dominate. If you look at the odds,
140.
I know there are players out there who sometimes feel aggrieved that they don't get
100.
the media attention or maybe the recognition they deserve, but sometimes stats don't lie, and form certainly doesn't. When it comes to Mitchell, to Bolton,
100.
and to Taylor, for me, they were definitively the three best players in this group, even taking into consideration that Anton was part of Champions Week in the last series.
well, that's where opinions are quite often taken out of darts, because we base our thoughts on data and stats. It's not opinions.
You know, there's a very
131. Antonio Carr, 167.
somewhat dangerous line in a movie called The Secret of My Success with Michael J. Fox in the 1980s. Very famous film. And the lady that was
99.
starring with him in that movie is
Dominic
called
R.
Helen Slater, and she
130.
said, "There's no right or wrong, there's only opinion." And Michael J. Fox's response to that was, you can get arrested for saying that in some states. There is a right and wrong in sport, but there is also opinion.
105.
And Dom
Antonio
Taylor
Carr,
misses the ball for the
68.
130, giving Anton a chance to level up at 1-all.
Lovely dart, that is. Because it gives you
36.
a
Dominic R,
rangefinder on the
25.
double 16. Something that Joe Cullen and Ross Smith do very well. They almost just plant it just inside the double. For 2-0.
Game shot in the second leg. Dom
Back-to-back
Taylor.
15s for Taylor. That's a familiar thing I've said over the years.
Third leg Dom to throw
Well,
first.
it's normally
Game
back-to-back
on.
12s, of course.
Don't worry, Anton. You're just going to have to do what Andy Bolton did to you. Just going to have to hold him back, stop
81.
him from getting to the line.
Yeah, Michael J. Fox. Did you see his recent documentary?
Fabulous.
Remarkable, wasn't it? What a humbling piece of television that is.
60.
One of my heroes. Read his book years ago. Big fan of his movies. Made a lot of people laugh. Very, very intelligent guy. Worked super hard as well. He was doing Family Ties, the sitcom, at the same time as filming things
100.
like Teen Wolf and Back to the Future. He was doing 2 shifts a day.
Yeah.
$140.
It was just how he's dealt with the whole process and his family, and what a short backswing there, isn't it, from Dom Taylor?
Yeah, it's almost as if the drawback is eliminated. He's in position and everything is a forward motion after that. But the good thing about it, it's not too far forward.
I suppose the advantage is he doesn't need to generate the extra velocity needed because he is so tall. The dart's almost dropping in from that height.
Yeah, you do find some players that right hand or left hand is further forward, then there's the drawback, and then the follow through. Whereas he just eliminates part number 1, brings it back to the point where he wants it, and it's all forward motion. Nothing wrong with it, as long as that starting point is not too far away from his jawline. It's a bullseye for Usland.
145.
He misses out.
Dominic R, 137.
Usland's averaging 107.69. Ooh.
89. Antonio Carr, 25.
I wouldn't miss these. Tom Taylor's going to gobble up that 48 if you miss double 8.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
he doesn't.
Anton Usland.
Yeah, this is some game. 15-15. The opening dart
Anton to
shoes
throw first. Game on.
2 legs for Taylor. And that was a 14 from Usland. 97 average Taylor. 104.27 for Anton.
Been some face pulling this week, hasn't there? By most of the players.
180.
Like they've been watching that game that Luke Humphries played against Michael Van Gerwen at the Masters once. Remember that game? Or was it the Players' Championship Finals? It was one of them where Michael went full on Gern best.
97.
The last shot of the game.
I remember the performance when Luke Humphries trounced him in the... Was it the UK Open?
Yeah, 2021 UK Open.
Did a job, averaged 108 if I remember rightly, and then got done by Mr. Wade the final. That's all history now, of course, for Luke Humphries, the recent Grand Prix winner.
Interesting yesterday that Victor was talking to Chris Murphy on the balcony about how this tournament has been received in Sweden. How people
140.
as deep as maybe 16 in the Swedish rankings are earmarking a berth here in Portsmouth. And I think that Sweden, as a heavyweight nation in darts for the last 50 years, it's almost been
140.
in the mist in the last few years.
Yeah, well, this is now the natural stepping stone, isn't it? So, watch this, double 14. Oh, beautiful. 12
Game shot on the
darter.
fourth leg. Anton Usland.
Yeah, I think if you're playing in your region, you then start playing in the
Fifth leg, Dom to throw first. Game
Scandinavian PDC Order of Merit, and then obviously ADC, and then play this, and then of course go for Q School.
56.
Really has been a great answer from Anton Usland. He missed double. Didn't miss a double
45.
in the last couple of visits when he's gone for it. He missed the bull for the 170, of course, but then the 1-2-1 on double 14 after the 25 conversion in the previous leg. He's maintaining a very high level of performance.
Yeah, 105.59. I mean, the response after the back-to-back 15s have been 14 and 12.
But the key thing here is he can't relent. That's the beauty of this format of best of 7. You can never, ever take your foot off the gas. Even at 3-0 up. We've already seen that today.
100.
Did mention yesterday that Dom Taylor did have
43.
An outside shot of making the Minehead spectacular at the end of November. Missed out by a couple of games. But what would your advice to him be over the next 6 to 8 weeks? What should
84.
he do post this week in getting ready for the early part of 2024?
Find someone better than him to practice with and get a sports psychologist. I think he's got bags and bags of ability. I really do. I rate him highly. I've watched his progression. Right on cue. I've watched his progression over the past 4 or 5 years and the increments of improvement in every area.
And you know what? I think you've made a really good point. And I think if I was to give him some advice, I'd say watch
46.
a certain player
130.
and learn from what they've done. And that person is someone who he actually looks like. That's Ross Smith. That's the person who beat him in that semi-final in Players' Championship 28. That is someone who he can really learn from as far as
98.
approach, work ethic.
Yeah, exactly that work ethic. Pick his brains. What did he do to make that massive jump from very good player to
Dominic R 32?
I use the term loosely, major winner in winning a big TV title.
Double 16 isn't moving. Didn't need to.
From the 5th leg, Dom Taylor.
Well,
stops the Anton Uslan train.
Yeah, it was assured, wasn't it? He was confident in his ability just to
6th leg,
be
Anton
able to
to
slide
first.
that
Game
dart
on.
down by the side of it.
Who's the tallest dart player that you've ever played against?
Oh,
140.
Well, the tallest I've seen in person was Vincent Camphouse.
yeah, but there's a bigger one recently that's been playing, isn't there? That European player,
140.
Decker.
Decker, yeah.
He was here playing against Mikuru Suzuki.
Is he from the Netherlands?
Originally, but plays for Norway.
Yeah.
You know who the tallest
6'9" he is.
Yeah, he's monstrous. You know who the tallest person is in history? A guy called Robert Wadlow. He's in the Guinness Book of World Records. 8'11".
No.
He had a very short life, as people who
99.
are that tall tend to, because they have a lot of health problems. But yeah, Robert Wadlow, back in the early part of the 20th century. 8'11".
Just it was a giant, isn't it?
140.
Like literally a giant.
Yeah, he was nearly 2 feet taller than Shaquille O'Neal. So if Dom Taylor was
41.
that tall, he wouldn't be the
Antonio
tower, he'd be the
Carl,
skyscraper.
164.
I mean, he's got to be 6'6", hasn't he?
At least.
$56.
He's tall, but he can't finish 221 no matter how tall he is. I think here you've got to try and get to 76 with a 145.
What's Big Vinny? He's about 6'4", isn't he? 6'5".
Yeah.
He'd probably be the tallest player I've played.
I'd go Bull here. Well, don't listen to me.
Well, if there was a crowd, I'd go the 180
108.
just to try and get some crowd reaction that might just unsettle Anton.
The 25 for me was all about trying to leave treble to double combo, but 2 singles to double as well. By getting the maximum and going the aggressive route, he now has
92,
single to
Dominic
double
R,
combination
41.
to get his second win of the day and to be that player that is within 2 points of Victor Tingstrom. He has played superbly in this game. His best average yesterday was 91.43. That has been crushed by that great performance here in round number 2. 98.61. 4 hits on double out of 7 attempts. And now Dom Taylor is very much warming to the task because he's beaten Anton Östlund and he's had the best losing average of the week so far of 101.93. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, it will be Andy Bolton against Scott Mitchell. That does need no introduction.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where two of the protagonists in Group A are about to do battle. Andy Bolton and Scott Mitchell just completing their practice starts on that board. And yesterday, it did go the way of Bolton, this fixture, a 4-1 success for the X Factor. He was the favourite to win the group before a dart was thrown, but has only got a couple of wins to his name in his first 6. As for Scott Mitchell, he's looking to join Dom Taylor in moving 2 off the pace of Victor Tingstrom at the top. And I'm going to hand you back to our commentary team of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Andy's performance yesterday against Scott Mitchell was his best of Monday. How he could really do with another one of those, because he is languished now on 4 points with Nathan Treadgold towards the bottom of the table. But don't fear, he is still only 6 points adrift of Victor Tingstrom, who will play next against Nathan Treadgold. A win here against Mitchell will equalise with the man in pink. Keep things very, very interesting all of a sudden in this table as we approach the halfway point of the 3-day group.
First. Game on.
Scotty Dog was very impressive in his first game. A great professional performance against Nathan Treadgold, averaging just shy of 91, but really good timing on some of his shots. And that was not the case for Andy, who found himself in a bit of a hole against Anton Östlund.
Yeah, managed to get it all the way back to 3-3, but like yesterday, just couldn't find the big numbers when it really mattered in the key moments.
100.
Would you say that this is the most attractive fixture?
Yeah, it's the two most established players in action this week
85.
in this week 2 of Series 6.
And if you weren't with us yesterday, to give you an indication of who you will see on Thursday and Friday, in the daytime session that starts at 1 o'clock on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel,
140.
we'll see Adam Mould, the current ADC ranked #1 player, against 3 players from this group who will occupy 4th, 5th and 6th at the end of Wednesday.
60.
And alongside them will be Adam Lipscomb and Jamie Kelling. 2 of those players who are coming in fresh in Group C have won a week before, as has Mike Gillett, who will take part in Group B this week, which will start at 10 p.m.
100.
Which will also be live on Sporty Stuff TV, alongside Tommy Morris and Scott Marsh, who we haven't seen for a little while.
It'll be interesting to see where his form is right now.
60. Scott O'Carr 161.
Traditionally, of course, this would be the normal downtime for players, for those that unfortunately hadn't qualified for either of the World Championships. This year, of course, the
137.
WDF World Championship will take place prior to the start of the PDC World Championships. By all accounts, ticket sales have
Scott O'Carr
gone
24.
very well for that event at Lakeside, which is good to see.
Double 12.
Plenty of familiar names in this year's WDF Worlds as well.
Just a bit. Oh, and he's missed it.
12.
The dart 3 as well, giving
Andy
Bolton a
O'Carr
chance
60.
to hold in leg 1. Double top.
50.
Well, that one has
Scott O'Carr
missed
12.
by a country mile. And he knows it.
What was he holding his hip there, or is it?
I think he was trying to stretch his forearm. Oh, that's a nice collision, isn't it?
Scott Mitchell.
That's a break of throw as well in 17 darts.
What was your take on Bo Greaves opting to defend her
Second leg, Scott
women's
for
world
first.
title at Lakeside?
Game on.
Absolutely the right thing to do for me. I think the early part of her career, she still wants to keep it fun without a great deal of pressure, and I think she understands that by going to Lakeside this year, she will be an overwhelming
140.
favourite to get a second title.
Yeah, she was fabulous the other day against Retskill. I think she won 5-1, didn't she?
She did.
With a 96+ average.
She's got plenty of time to do what she wants with Challenge Tour,
140.
potential Pro Tour in the future. And right now, I think managing that schedule and just keeping it fun is the right thing to do. She's still learning. That's the scary thing.
Yeah, well, she has the option to play Dev Tour as well, of course, doesn't she?
100.
You bring up an interesting point there. I was going to ask you this question this week because we've talked a lot about the World Youth Championship. It's been going for over 10 years now. We've had winners like Max Hopp, Aaron Monk, James Hubbard,
Luke Humphries.
100.
Luke Humphries, Dimitri Vandenberg. Great players who have gone on to do things. Yesterday, you showed me some footage of a young lady called Leanne Maddock who did something quite a few years ago that people like you and I know about.
121.
What's to say that Bo Greaves couldn't do what she did in the PDC World Youth Championship in the next couple of years? Now,
I think it's highly likely.
do you want to explain to all of our people on the
she won
Super Series
100.
channel what she
Scott
did?
O'Carr
Yeah, she was a young
140.
Welsh player who I knew very, very well. She was super talented. And one year she won the Youth World Masters and the Women's World Masters at the same event, which was remarkable.
95.
And unfortunately, I
O'Carr
don't
161.
quite know the details, but she just walked away from the sport. But it was around the same sort of era as Sue Edwards and
45.
players
Scott O'Carr
of that
45.
age and quality. But sadly for them, there was there was nothing in women's darts then for them to really get their teeth into. I mean, there were so many incredibly
29.
talented players, including
Andy O'Carr,
likes of
116.
Mandy Solomons, who hit a 9-darter many, many years before Fallon achieved that incredible feat.
16 for tops. He's been given this chance. And he
shot on the
takes it.
second leg. Andy Bolton.
Scott Mitchell's got to figure out double 16 because so far today he's been nowhere near it. But Bolton has found himself a catalyst there.
Third leg, Andy
You know,
to
it's
throw
something we
first.
picked up on
Game
yesterday and already today, that area of the board's not been particularly kind to him. I know he hit a wonderful double down the pipe against Treadgold.
100.
But apart from that, been a lean area.
Bo Greaves will play a little bit later today, as will Fallon Sherrick in the Grand Slam of Darts. I'm sure everybody will be glued to that, as will we. But
I mean, I always look at someone like Trina, who was hitting 95-plus averages back in her time, where
42.
she was the dominant force in ladies darts. But again, the options were limited. Where could she have taken her game? Could she have found more gears?
well, when Andy was starting to play county darts in Scotland, and Scott was playing for Dorset, I was playing for Northumberland. You were playing county
41.
darts and international darts as well. I don't know the exact month, but I know that Trina Gulliver, as a lady player, had the best average of anyone,
yes,
male or female, countrywide.
140.
And she got the £200 bonus from the BDO. Now, there's something else that is just to throw into the pot about Trina, how great she was in her heyday. And when we talk about what Fallon's doing, what Bo's doing, what
140.
Dieter and what Anastasia and Lisa have done, there were signs as far back as 25 years ago that it was possible.
140.
What Scott would give for a 140 here to leave 97. Looks like this is going to be a tight game. Both averaging over 90 so far, a couple of legs in.
Well, it was many moons ago that Dieter beat Aaron Turner in the
95.
UK Open,
Andy
wasn't it?
O'Carr,
And he's
79.
actually playing in the WDF World Championships next month.
He is. Partner of Laura Turner, of course. I'm sure Aaron is thrilled to be reminded of that game against Dieter at Bolton.
Yeah, sorry about that, pal.
I think he only gets reminded about that at least once a week. The
43.
fact that Andy has not had
Car
a dart double
142.
from 79 is an error.
Well, it shows you how far the game has come on, because this week, or over the last few days, Fallon defeated Clearmacher and Bo defeated a recent
60.
Euro Tour winner,
Andy
and
O'Carr,
there's
36.
been no real fuss made of it. Or if that would have happened 20 years ago, it would have been on every back page.
Game shot on the
Great
third
shot
leg.
from
Andy
Bolton. He now
Bolton.
takes the lead. That 116 checkout really has galvanised
Both
his
legs Scott
efforts
to
in this
third
game.
first. Game on.
But this one's young. I think this is going 7 legs.
Yeah, it's just too many missed doubles so far from Mitchell.
You know what? While we're talking about ladies' darts, I think we need to
100.
give them a bit of respect because, you know, when I was starting to come through in county darts, there were some great names in the ladies' game in county in this country. And maybe there are players out there who didn't achieve what they could have because there weren't enough tournaments around. I think about names like Julie Thompson
140.
from Northumberland, Wendy Reinstadler from the home counties. Got any other names that you can think of? Julie Gore, definitely from Wales.
There was yeah,
60.
Julie Gore was fabulous. There was a player called Louise Perry who played the West of England. But again, that was the only avenue they really had. There was just nothing there for ladies' darts.
I've got a name for you as well. From Dorset, Caroline Carter.
97.
Yeah.
Great player.
Yeah,
Great player.
remember her well. She played there when I played for Dorset.
That was the benefit of going around that system, because you got to see who had the potential to go the next step. I mean, even players like Claire
140.
Bywaters, who is a fabulous player. If she was around nowadays, she'd be a superstar. Even Apple Jones from Surrey, and you know, these kind of stalwart England, Welsh and Scottish players like Anne Kirk. He was a former world master, and what they would have given to being around now, this heyday of how ladies darts has been thrust forward, I think it's tremendous. Wonderful thinking from Mitchell.
124.
This vastly professional game. There's no toing and froing. There's no face pulling here. This is all about what's happening on the board.
Another young player from Somerset, Sally Smith. Can you remember Sally?
56. Scott Khan, 96.
He left the 96, wanted the 2 darter, and it could make all the difference. He needed the 2 darter double. Misses them both, so Bolton has a chance for 3-1.
1 from 9 now for Scott. That's been his undoing in this particular match so far.
2 fours.
Game shot on the
Hugely
fourth leg.
impressive
Andy
check out
Bolton.
of 68 there from X Factor. A break of throw means he has multiple opportunities to get 2
Fifth leg, Andy to throw
extremely
first.
valuable points.
Game on.
And his finishing has been outstanding. 3 from 6. That's 68 there. He's also had a 116.
131.
Who did you make your county debut against, Mace? And in what year?
Gwent. Oh, Gwent. Early 90s.
My first trip was November 99 to Dorset, Dorchester.
Well, that's where I made my County
140.
A debut. I won on the Saturday, stayed overnight and played on the Sunday. It was against West of England versus Dorset.
I still have a very good picture of walking in that venue, and there's
99.
very good dart players in that picture. Mac Murphy, Davy Richardson, Davy Gradwell. Dave Jenner is in that picture.
Well,
everybody knows Dave Jenner.
He was the reason I ended up playing for Dorset. He was my pairs partner. We lost the final of the British Open
44.
pairs.
What does Mitchell need to get in touch here? You fancy a 140 minimum. He can see over the top of that one, but he's not going to get into the same sort of
100.
vicinity as Bolton, who now has 6 darts to complete this game. That looks like a cracking marker.
145.
He took full advantage of it. Going the 25 route there. I know he wanted the bullseye, but the 25 gives him options depending on how he feels about certain doubles.
Yeah, and this will be another one where Mitchell will feel
99.
like he should have
Andy
got more
O'Connor,
out of this
41.
match. Averaging 92.5 to Andy Bolton is just shy of 97.
Feel like Andy's got the measure of Mitchell this week so far, and he
Game
has
shot in the
again
match, Andy
with
Bolton.
a 4-1 victory, and that is just like yesterday. Similar sort of average as well, 95.96 with 4 out of 7 on the doubles for the victor in round 2 for the 2nd game in succession, because that's exactly what Dom Taylor did against Anton Usland in our previous match. Mitchell will have to stay on 6 points, but now he's got company in the shape of Bolton. When we come back, it is a chance to see Victor Tingstrom as he looks to bounce back against Nathan Treadgold.
At Bet365, we encourage all of our players to play safe. So before you take a look at today's fixtures, log in and check out our responsible gambling tools. Like deposit limits, You can set a daily, weekly, or monthly limit that helps keep an eye on your spending. So you are able to enjoy the things that matter most. When you play safe with Bet365.
Anyway, cutbacks, initial thoughts, downsizing. I could make do with this office here, I suppose, but that big space downstairs is a bit overindulgent nowadays, isn't it?
By downstairs, do you mean closing the actual branch? Mm-hmm. But Nationwide are.
We're not Nationwide, are we? We're nothing like them. Isn't that my ex-wife?
Unlike the big banks, we're not closing our branches. Nationwide, a good way to bank.
When you finally move in. When 2 becomes 3. When they've shot up again. When you want the flexibility to shop the brands you love. Say hello to VeryPay. Choose Pay Now, Pay Later, or pay over 3 months and pay no interest. And we'll send you helpful payment reminders every month. VeryPay, nice and flexible for when life is anything but. Shop now at very.co.uk. Say hello to Go.Compare, the new way to compare prices on insurance, credit cards and more. So, if you're looking for the right deal on your pet insurance, looking to switch your home insurance, or searching for car insurance with £250 free excess cover, remember Go.Compare. One click and you're there. Go.Compare!
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's time again for Victor Tingstrom to carry on his bid to win Group A. After that perfect day yesterday, he had the worst possible start to today, a 4-0 defeat in his opener against Dom Taylor. Nathan Treadgold also went down in his opening match, 4-2 against Scott Mitchell, the ADC qualifier, looking to get his third win of the week here. So will we see a repeat of that nightmare start for Victor, or will it be a return to the tremendous Tingstrom tungsten tossing that we saw yesterday? Let's find out with Mace and Nico.
I'm so glad that you said that, Murph, because if I tried to, my tongue would be as tired as a twister lolly. You are a bit of a poet, aren't you, my
First leg,
favourite
Victor to
person
throw
from
first.
Yorkshire, aren't you? Well, one of our favourite people from Sweden, Victor Tingstrom, will look to get back on the horse right here, Viking style. Try and get himself a cushion at the top of the table at the end of round 2.
60.
Which would be 4 points. If he does trip up against the Welshman here, it would mean that the 6-point gap he had overnight would erode to 2, and the pack
59.
behind him have done their job so far. Even no guarantee that Victor Tingstrom will be leading this pack at the end of the day based on what we've seen so far today.
45.
Yeah, and I know it's maybe opening game nerves, but you just can't ignore the 73-64 from Victor. And when you look at Nathan, although he was
78.
defeated 4-2 to Mitchell, he did average higher than Mitchell, 91.11. Well, if they play with even within a 5-point range of that, I mean, if Nathan drops 5 points, and even if Victor ups his level by 5 points, you'd think Nathan would still have a little bit too much. But
99.
I said it's the fact that Victor had a good gap in between matches that may work in his favour, and he would have had opportunity to just put things right, maybe.
When someone has come here
84.
quite a few times, we can establish patterns of behaviour, patterns of performance. With Nathan at the minute, because this is only his second day, we can somewhat assume patterns of behaviour based on what we saw on Monday, but with a bit of caution.
Yeah.
So yesterday in round 2, he started
79.
to show us a little bit more of what he's capable of. if he does it again today, it could well be a good habit.
Yeah. Well, match 3 was his best performance of the day
125.
yesterday, wasn't it?
He won his second and third games yesterday to put himself on 4 points from a possible 6. What he would give to have 8 points at the end of round 3 today.
86. Victor Car 91.
Right in the mix.
Double 16.
Game
That
shown
is
the
more
first
like
leg.
it.
Victor Tingstrom.
That looked a bit more assured, didn't it?
Yeah, he already looks more comfortable
Second
and
leg Nathan to throw first. Game on.
almost talking himself into reassurance. Yeah, I'm back. Jenks was
55.
back at the weekend, of course, winning a seniors title. Well done, Andy.
Yeah, many congratulations to Jenks for that. How much it means to him. Josh Rock was saying that
85.
he's back as well.
Yeah, interestingly, in the Grand Slam yesterday, got a win over Barry Van Peer, who, in fairness to Barry, once he knew he was out, so had a bit of
60.
fun up there. How dare he? How dare he enjoy himself?
I know, right? That was dominating my X feed yesterday. The fact that he was getting backlash
48.
for going up there and enjoying a game of darts. Now, Berry's played supremely well here this year and has had a wonderful season. But what a state of affairs to throw mud at someone
47.
to enjoy a game where he's already eliminated. My word, what kind of society are we living in?
Society where
97.
blends have a platform.
I think the right word to describe the pace of play in this group is deliberate.
Yeah. Measured.
A few quick players who have played here this year might not like the pace of play
59.
here in Group A, but Barry Van Peer, he's someone who throws quickly when he's at the hockey, but does spend a fair bit of time thinking before he does that.
101.
Yeah, well, I think that's on the back of the Dartitis, where, let's be honest, in that match, especially that match against Gary Anderson at the Slam, wasn't it? A few years ago, I thought that was him done, and then lo and behold, it's been a
137.
rebuilding process
Victor Car
where
170.
well, he was absolutely dominant this year on the Challenge Tour.
That is his miss. When he gets that layoff part of his drawback wrong, it goes a bit too deep and he can't recover,
84.
which means
Victor
that he
Car
pulls the dart low and
143.
left. Same tendency when you pull a shot in golf. It always goes long and left.
My case on the ground.
43. Victor
Grass
Car
cutter.
86.
They're always good in the wind. 74 left. 54, not really an option here.
Being a non-golfer, Nico, it does produce some incredible shots. I've had
74.
some where they've
Victor
gone for
Car 100.
100 yards, about 2 feet off the ground.
That's called a stinger. They're very hard to do.
I don't know how I did it.
Ignorance is bliss. 85 left for the Welshman here. He's in early trouble in this game because
59.
Tingstrom is getting all of the
Victor Car
opportunities.
12.
That is a
Game shown
really
in the
good double
second leg.
six.
Victor Tingstrom.
In the prime spot for 2-0. I had a little chat with Nathan Treadgold this morning,
Third leg Victor to throw
and he
first.
did straighten up
Game
a couple
on.
of things about what we talked about yesterday. One, he is the 2013 UK fingerstyle guitar champion. Many congratulations for that.
140.
Apparently the cat that we talked about yesterday, that's called Berlioz. I thought it might have been named after a famous composer. It's in fact named after a character in the Aristocats
83.
movie. Not shocked that I didn't know that. But the initials on the back of his shirt, this is the most poignant thing. They are the
100.
initials of his late grandfather who did pass this year. And KT is for his granddad, Keith. So I like that touch.
99.
Parents, grandparents, they can show us the way and give us a great insight into what's possible. I know that my
85.
grandfather, Ron, showed me how to play darts when I was a kid, and I will forever be grateful. And he's still around. There's the cat. If you can think of a better name for a cat than Berlioz,
33.
please get in touch with us today on our social channels, because I think that's a stroke of genius. You're a cat lover, aren't you, Mace?
136.
I am. I absolutely adore them. Big cats, little cats, feral cats, wild cats, any kind of cat.
You know, it's actually 140 years today since Battersea
57.
started
Victor
taking
Carr,
cats into the
40.
dogs' home in South London.
Charity.
Game show
and
on
an
the third leg.
organisation
Victor Tingstrom.
very close to your heart. For those of you that don't know, Paul does a annual fundraiser, and
Fourth leg,
incredibly,
Nathan to
what's
third
raised,
first.
you
Game
match,
on.
don't you?
Indeed, I do. I'll do the same this year. Victor is definitely not out in the cold right here, is he? He's just looking really good. 50 darts for the first 3 legs there. That's more like it. Almost as if,
100.
and I say this every time, he's pressed the snooze button in game 1. Now he's woken up.
We have
46.
an official charity here at the MODUS Super Series.
I think we do.
Well,
I think we need to change that.
yeah, I think we do. Something I'd love to get involved with you.
66.
We are playing in a former church. I was given the opportunity. I would sacrifice my Christmas day to welcome the homeless into here and
57.
start a soup kitchen. I would do that in a heartbeat.
Yep, I'm with you.
Get all the players to come down as well, just for a couple of hours, throw some darts and get everybody to watch for the day. That would be something to do. Anyway, that's a segue. Right now, the players have got to be somewhat
95.
selfish. And in particular, Victor, because he doesn't want to have this huge lead that he had overnight completely decimated.
70.
With that beard that he's got now, he's getting very close to looking like one of the male members of ABBA. Not a bad look at the minute.
The scoreline's not a bad look, Nico.
60.
You know what? I look at that and I think, yeah, he's a typically Swedish-looking lad, isn't he?
100.
But on the other side of the hockey, I looked at Nathan Treadgold yesterday and I saw a little bit of Shane McGurk in him. Shane won the Irish Open over the weekend, and many
42.
congratulations to Shane.
Yes, congratulations, Shane. Guaranteed himself a place at Lakeside next year.
Because he's from Ireland, I'm sure that meant an awful lot to him.
121. Nathan Carr, 138.
Yeah, I bet he had some support.
Players from England, they'd love to win the English Open. I won the Australian Open in 2009. I was very proud of that. First PDC title. And Victor could be the victor in this game if he takes 107. Nathan's not going to take the 138.
100.
Well, he's already had a
Victor Carr,
91 out, and he's 3
107.
from 3 on his doubles at the moment. So if he gets a sniff at it, expect him to hit it.
What does Nathan do on 38?
47. Nathan Carr, 38.
Victor on 60. He's got to be really positive and assured on this shot. And
Game
he
show on the
is.
fourth flag. Nathan Treadgold.
How many times this week have we seen players twisting their face when they're in that kind of
This leg,
position?
Victor to throw
Been a
first. Game
plethora
on.
of different facial expressions this week.
Players have been very animated.
81.
What do you think these dart players want for Christmas this year? And yes, I said the word Christmas.
A Super Series title.
Don't they just?
And a place
45.
in Champs Week. And walk away with the big moolah.
Well, here's the thing about winning this week.
95.
You are guaranteed an invite back to Champions Week, which will be the week of the 12th of February. If they're playing on Valentine's Day, it's a very good thing because that will be day 3 of Group A in Champions Week at the start of 2024.
60.
I believe that in January it's going to be 20 years since Andy Fordham won Lakeside.
100.
Wow.
I've just blown your mind, haven't I?
Yeah, it's just where I can remember it like it's yesterday. Where the time goes.
99.
This year's just gone in a blink.
We will have Super Series action in January. From the very start of the month. Well, not the very start, but towards the start of the month.
134.
And when it will be the anniversary of that achievement from Andy, I'm sure we will do something for it. He is very much missed.
Yep, made my World Championship debut against Andy Fordham.
83. Victor Car 91.
Go particularly well for me.
Victor is going to lay up.
51.
4 double top. End round 2. And to establish a 4-point cushion, which for Victor at this time will feel very good considering the start he had today and how much people have bared down on him over the last couple of hours.
Incredibly, Treadgold's averaging near identical to what Victor did in his opening game.
That's in, but only
Game
just.
shot in the match.
Wow,
Kingston.
what a shot that was. He almost bust the score by hitting double 15, but he bent it around the wall, and he does get his first win of the day. So that is 6 wins from 7 as he starts his Group A campaign with 5 wins on Monday, and that's his first win of Tuesday, averaging 85.29. His doubles were excellent in the end. Nathan Treadgold not providing much resistance at all in the scoring stakes. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, heavyweight contest between Mitchell and the Tower Taylor.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've had half a dozen darting duels already. And here is what's happened on Tuesday so far. Anton Östlund getting a victory over Andy Bolton, who bounced back by beating Scott Mitchell a couple of games ago, as did Victor Tingstrom. Won all his games yesterday with that 4-0 defeat to Dom Taylor, who's won both of his matches, recovered by a 4-1 victory over Nathan Treadgold for Tingstrom. That means that he does remain top of the table. He's been hunted down by Dom Taylor, the closest to him at the moment, 4 points behind. He will take some catching if he gets a few more wins himself. But Taylor is back in action now against Scott Mitchell and could close that gap to just a couple of points. So Mitchell has been playing at a very decent standard himself. Guiding you through this one and all the matches today are Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Round number 3, or should we say round number 8 for the week. And now we see Dom Taylor back at the hockey after an excellent couple of rounds so far today. Have to put him as player of the day, considering what he's done.
Yeah, he's dropped just 2 legs. 8-2 on aggregate in favour of Dom Taylor. The 2 legs he dropped was against Anton, who in fairness averaged nearly 102.
All about timing, you see. You don't have to have the biggest average to win a match. You just have to have
First
the
leg, Scott
darts,
to throw first.
which is exactly what
Game on.
Dom Taylor had.
Well, that's
He did
the
win
art
by 2 legs.
That's the art of darts, isn't it? Again, going back to James Wade's comments last night. All about winning the moments. Win the moments, you'll win the matches.
100.
You want to get good at winning moments. Play lots of local darts. Play lots of local tournaments. Forget about stats. Go there and just keep winning. Every time you're confronted with something that makes you feel pressure, let's say you're sitting on 76 and they're on a double. You hit that, you've won a moment, and you've got to continually do that to be a great player. And something that we haven't seen a great deal of today are 180s. But if somebody is delivering in that department, it is Dom Taylor. He's got
100.
4 before that 5th one.
That's 10, isn't it now? He hit 5 yesterday.
Yep. Double digits now. First person to get there. Van Östlund has got 9 for the week.
100.
But this is a definitive climbing standard. The tallest person in the field.
$140.
It's a good old-fashioned south of England or southwest of England rivalry match, isn't it? Dorset versus Bristol.
Yes, that was always a
97.
highlight over the years.
Car 161.
Everybody loves a 161.
Of course, Dorset this year are in the Premier Division for the very first time, aren't they?
Indeed they are.
42.
Considering that Scott has
Dominic
played
R.
off and on for
124.
Dorset, because he didn't play a great deal when he was playing PDC darts at the top level. But 25 years plus for that county, and then finally getting to the top level. That must have been a big sigh of relief and a lot of celebration
44.
when they finally made
Scott
that.
Oh, yes, I bet there was some party.
119.
Got to be 19's first on this shot. Although there are some people who like to go bull on that shot. 62 left with 2. Means that the bull comes calling with dart number 3. And the bull is
Game
found.
shot on the first leg. Scott Mitchell.
What a wonderful shot from Scott. It's got a nice ring to it.
Second leg, Dom to throw first.
15
Game
darter
on.
in the end.
You do tend to find that a lot of players do still
99.
play county darts these days, even if they do have tour privileges with the PDC or not. I've seen Cam Crabtree recently playing for Middlesex, and same as Martin Lukeman plays for that county.
140.
Well, I think it's, again, it served a purpose back in the day to have that stage experience. This, of course, now gives you not just stage experience, but under the lights experience. And, of course,
100.
The incredible European tour.
Going to be quite the thing next year. I was talking to a Belgian journalist recently called Vincent van Genechten, and he was talking to me about the popularity of the sport in Belgium and how they've got tournaments in Visa next year and Antwerp. And the Belgian influence of the Super Series has been felt here too. We've had players come over from that part of the world.
Well, Antwerp, of course, was famous for many years. The Antwerp Open, which dates way back.
If I remember rightly, Jamie Harvey won that one. Pretty sure that Terry Jenkins has too.
100.
Oh, God. In my head, I'm pretty sure I lost to Merv King and Terry Jenkins in the Antwerp Open.
I think there'll be a huge influx of players from that part of the world into the Super Series next year. Talked a little bit yesterday about some ADC qualifiers that have already been confirmed. But the ADC Europe qualification criteria, well, there have been plenty done over the last few weeks. And we will keep you up to date with those qualifiers as and when our schedules for the week are released.
137. Dominicar 148.
Getting to the stage where Mitchell is making his presence very much felt in this game with Dom Taylor.
Yeah, just to confirm, Terry Jenkins won the Antwerp Open 3 years on the trot.
That's
Colin Lloyd won it 3 years on the trot prior to that.
92. Scott Lucar 24.
Yeah, dates all the way back to 1988, where back-to-back winners was Steve Brown, American Steve Brown from London.
Game shot on the second leg. Scott Mitchell.
Scott Mitchell from Dorset has won that second leg and is averaging 103.66, which is what he did in his best performance yesterday. Excellent scoring. Brilliant doubling. 2 hits from 3. And yet again, no 180s from Mitchell.
100.
Yeah, 1999 I lost to Merv King in the final of the Antwerp Open. Just 24 years ago.
You know how you mentioned John Walton earlier and what he did at the back end of 2000 going into 2001? One thing I distinctly remember is that just before, I think it was about a month to 6 weeks before he won the World Masters, he played the Northumberland Open and he beat me in the first round. And then he lost in round 2 to my old pal Alan Biggins, who used to play County A darts for Northumberland, and that was one of Alan's best ever wins. He was a proper character, Alan Biggins.
Yep, know the name well.
And John lost
100.
in the second round of that tournament. Next thing we knew, he was a world master. It's amazing how things can turn around. Is he going to stretch his legs here, Mitchell? Is he going to find a 180 at some point? Because he hasn't got any today, although he hasn't really needed them.
Yesterday he had 4 in one match, and that was about as good as it got.
Absolutely. You make a great point there, because in one match he got 4, in another match he got 1, and in 3 matches he had none.
91.
Today, he had one at all.
Consequently, you might think that the 4 180s he had were in that best performance. They weren't.
No.
He had no 180s in that 103 average in round 5 yesterday. It's very, very strange that it proves that 180s are for show and doubles are for door.
Well, the odds compilers couldn't make their mind up here. They went 5 to 6 each of 2, and you're seeing why.
83.
I actually just would have
135.
marginally favoured Dom, just because of his levels of performance and the fact that he's unbeaten.
Now that Mitchell's not going to take 135, we now have another
90.
opportunity
Dominic
for a
R, 127.
127 with Paul Hinks on the mic. He's not going to see it, even if Dom hits the ball.
Game shot on the third leg. Dom Taylor.
Oh, he's let us down. Great shot from Dom Taylor, though.
I bet he had a little think about it. Yeah, super
Fourth
shot.
leg, Dom
from
to
Taylor.
throw first. Game on.
And needed break back on throw.
You know what? I think someone's got to just tell him that's his calling card. And if it happens, he's got to do it. Great professional is Paul Hinks.
100.
Refereeing 104 games in a week is not easy at all.
Yeah, doing back-to-back weeks isn't easy.
That's what he did the last time he was here.
Yeah,
2
he
straight
did.
weeks.
140.
208 matches.
Not to mention the stints he's done at the seniors as well. In a suit. On a hot stage.
Yeah, the one he did in Yeovil, I did feel for him.
140.
Dom Taylor starting to impress now. He was under real pressure when he was 2-0 down. But he's starting to respond.
Yeah, both players averaging
140.
Mitchell well in excess of a ton, 104.28. Taylor, 100.44.
If you are going to have a good day, like Victor Tingstrom did yesterday, you're not going to win 5 games the same way. You are going to be tested at some point. You might have to dodge
60.
match starts at another point. But every now and again, you are going to dominate somebody. And Taylor's already done that against Tingstrom in game 2. And his next one after that, completing the Swedish double, beating Anton Östlund. That was
100.
quality. If he's going to win this game, he's going to have to get down and dirty a little bit. This is going to have to be like wrestling on the mat. It's going to have to be methodical.
Well, Dom had a 4-0 win over Scott yesterday.
177. Scott Lecard, 121.
This is the shot that Mitchell took out. Averaging 103.66 yesterday. Did so on the ball, but he's not going to get a look at it this time. Taylor has a chance to equalise.
83. Dominic R, 24.
My advice to Dom would be, get it done. The last time we saw somebody leave 38 was Nathan Treadgold in the previous match, and he hit it in one dart.
No score.
Oh, no.
Scott Lecard, 38.
All was going according to plan, and how things can turn in one visit.
Game
And
shot
there
on the
you go.
fourth
The
leg.
warning
Scott
was
Mitchell.
there. Mitchell takes double 19 and a 3-1 lead.
Fifth leg, Scott to throw first.
Just seen
Game
Scott
on.
have a glance across at Dom, just to almost try and get a bit of eye contact with him.
I think one of the words that really does describe Scott is wily. Just trying to feed
60.
off any weakness. He might not see it from Dom, but he will feel it. There are certain animals in the animal kingdom who can do things better than others. They can see things from a long distance.
100.
They can hear things from a
Yep.
long distance.
Sensory advantages.
You can sometimes sense when someone is weak. I used to feel that when I played Richie Burnett, when he was having a bad game. I never used to look at him because he was very distracting with
100.
all of his gesticulation, but I could feel when he was not playing well. I could always hear when Kevin Painter wasn't playing well.
I always
56.
it's funny. I don't know whether it's inbuilt or something that you learn over time, but I sort of, the one I knew when I was playing well, and it was almost like I knew that they knew,
100.
and then you You just build on that, don't you? You do things you know that will just irritate them slightly and cement the thoughts that were there prior to the match taking place.
And this whole thing about playing the board.
100.
You do play the player. You do. It's as simple as that.
Anytime and even then, you know, I had some great games against
81.
Colin Lloyd when he was right at the top of his game. But I always felt like I just had his number at times. You would just, although on that occasion when you're in the zone, you're playing yourself. You're not playing the board. You're just playing yourself.
For the win.
But even then, when you're in that dominant zone, you even, like I say,
60.
you cement it by just doing things that you know they'll be raging about.
Yeah, you can definitely make your opponent think by what you do. His way of doing things.
Game shot on the
And it's
fifth leg.
very
John
effective
Taylor.
as well. He likes to start on the 57 with shots like that.
Yep, that's a 106 and a 127.
6 legs on to
And
through
he's had to
first.
produce finishes of that level just to stay in there.
It's a particularly ropey way of going for it, because if you divert away from the single 19 and into the next door single, either way, you won't have a shot with 2 darts. That's why a lot of people don't like that route.
Yeah, and I think you're more unlikely to stray going at treble 20 because that's the target you're at 99% of the time.
97.
Just to explain to anybody who is maybe just getting into darts and trying to figure out their counting, 106 and you start on the 19s. If you get a single 7 or a single 3, you cannot convert what you leave from there. But if you do
100.
go up towards the top of the board and you hit a single 5, you can still take 101 with 2 darts.
Yeah, and if you're right-handed, you're more likely to stray left than right.
60.
I was just waiting for Scott to hit a 1 there, just to prove my point.
You're absolutely right about the tendency to stray for right-handers, because it's because of where your body is pointing. It's natural for your right shoulder to want to move to the
100.
left. Dart players do fight that. Averages in this game have gone from 100 plus, just down a single peg.
Again, it's not a shot I particularly like,
60.
Nico, but
Dominic
104, the shot
161.
mathematically is 16s, isn't it?
It is, but I'd never go that route because I don't like leaving tops.
I just don't like the negative approach
97.
of effectively saying, well, I can't throw a straight dart or I can't hit a treble 20. I don't like the mindset.
Very much prefer the statement of
60.
I will
Dominic R 64.
instead of I might. And in our interviews here at the MODUS Super Series, we hear an awful lot of I hope.
Yeah.
An awful lot of that. Tom Taylor wants to hit tops.
44.
And that was a great guide.
Is there an argument to say that that was maybe a tiny bit too close?
Well, his darts do sit up beautifully for that kind of shot, don't they? They're
81.
they're far more
Dominic
of an
R
upward
20.
angle than the Mitchell dart that sits up nicely itself.
2 5s. Now he has a decision to make.
16. Scott Dakar
He's left double 2
143.
instead of going back to double 10, if indeed he gets a look, which he might not. The expression of Mitchell tells you everything. He thought when that left his hand, it had a really good chance of giving him a match start at double 16. What do you think of that effort by
91.
Taylor to leave twos
Dominic
instead of
4.
tens?
Yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I think I'd rather have a dart double 10 than double 2.
Game shot on the 6th
That's
leg.
why he's
Dom
left it.
Taylor.
Twos never lose, apparently.
Twos never lose.
And he hasn't lost today.
Seventh
If he
and
wins
final
this leg,
leg.
it will be 3 from 3, but he has to do it against the throw, against the former England captain. You think that's the proudest thing that
125.
Scott's done in his career? I know he's won Lakeside, but if you take that out of it, because it's very obvious, is the proudest thing that he's ever done being England captain?
I would say so. It was something that he's incredibly passionate about, and rightly so. It's one of my personal
140.
highlights was pulling on that England shirt and getting on stage. It is a fabulous moment.
And you wore red trousers too, didn't you?
Yes.
100.
Did you get your 15 quid?
Yes.
A little bit of homage to Shane Burgess's book there. Everybody gets 15 quid. Great read.
Alan Warner had to sleep in a sauna.
140.
Fortunately, it wasn't switched on. But the booking of the hotel was messed up, so they had to make a bed up in the sauna room, the hotel in Merthyr Tydfil.
100.
You can only imagine Waz's response.
Yeah, where's the curry house? Nice switch there from Taylor. And that's a beautiful double switch as well.
125.
Really brilliant stuff. Mitchell will be searching for a 136 or a 140. But it is Taylor who's got to the finish first. And he's only thrown 9 darts here.
Dominic
This is a
96.
brilliant climax to what's been an excellent game.
Well, it'd be a great leg at any time, but it's even greater because of the circumstances.
What a first start that is. 9-9 to remain undefeated today.
87.
He might
Scotland
rue that.
76.
This is the kind of shot that Mitchell usually cleans up.
Yeah, it's been a wonderful game. Going to get 1 dart at tops.
56.
He misses
Dominic
for the
9.
points. And Taylor does have options here. He's already hit double 2 in this match. Will it be 2s again? Or will he not need them? Time to find out. He
Game
doesn't
shot of the
need
match,
2s.
Dom
He
Taylor.
does break the throw in the very last leg. That is a very, very good victory for Dom Taylor, who goes to 10 points in the table and puts a 4-point gap between himself and the former England captain, who just can't seem to let go of that double top miss at the end there. It was a great game. Great respect between the two players. But ultimately, Scott Mitchell loses with a 94 average. Dom Taylor wins with a 95 plus average. And he did have a 127 in game there, but it wasn't called by our referee in the way that we wanted. When we come back, Anton Östlund will take on Victor Tingström. It's all about to get Swedish.
At Bet365, we encourage all of our players to play safe. So before you take a look at today's fixtures, log in and check out our responsible gambling tools. Like deposit limits. You can set a daily, weekly, or monthly limit that helps keep an eye on your spending. So you are able to enjoy the things that matter most. When you play safe with Bet365.
Anyway, cutbacks, initial thoughts, downsizing. I could make do with this office here, I suppose, but that big space downstairs is a bit overindulgent nowadays, isn't it?
By downstairs, do you mean closing the actual branch?
Mm-hmm.
But nationwide, aren't we?
We're not nationwide, are we? We're nothing like them. Is that my ex-wife?
Unlike the big banks, we're not closing our branches. Nationwide, a good way to bank.
When you finally move in. When 2 becomes 3. When they've shot up again. When you want the flexibility to shop the brands you love. Say hello to VeryPay. Choose Pay Now, Pay Later, or pay over 3 months and pay no interest. And we'll send you helpful payment reminders every month. VeryPay, nice and flexible for when life is anything but. Shop now at very.co.uk.
Say hello to Go.Compare, the new way to compare prices on insurance, credit cards and more. So, if you're looking for the right deal on your pet insurance, looking to switch your home insurance, or searching for car insurance with £250 free excess cover, remember Go.Compare. One click and you're there. Go.Compare!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the next game is our all-Swedish affair of the day as Anton Östlund takes on the group leader in Victor Tingström. Of course, Tingström winning this match yesterday. He won every match yesterday, but the chase is on. Dom Taylor now just a couple of points behind him, and Tingström is looking to win this to restore a bit of a buffer. But Anton Östlund has plans of his own to try and climb up the table. Can he do it? Let's see. Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason are in comms, and I'm still not doing any ABBA puns.
Thanks very much, Murph. Well, you are correct, of course. Victor did win all his games yesterday, including a 4-1 win over Anton, where he averaged 87.68, but it was a game of missed doubles for Anton, which was the case in a lot of matches against Victor yesterday. And Victor had a bit of a wobble early on, losing match 2, his opening match of the session with a 73.64, but credit, he bounced back.
What was that? Well, we had a hug yesterday. I'm not even sure what that was today. We're going to have to get clarification on that ahead of their game tomorrow. That really was the most interesting start to a game I've seen in all my time here in Portsmouth.
60.
The Swedes have come to entertain.
Well, I had my head in my notes, Nico, so I completely missed it.
It's almost as if both players dabbed and then touched each other on the hip.
Alrighty. Well, no doubt that will do the rounds on TikTok.
100.
Well,
How do you see this one going, Nico?
Well, it's a really interesting game for me now.
100.
If this had been round 2, I would have said Östlund. But now, because of what Victor did in round 2, by winning 4-1 against Nathan, I fancy he's got a much better chance of winning this game and getting the double over Östlund going into their third game tomorrow. But to answer your question, it's easy for me to say Anton because he's had the better start, but I think Tingström just at this stage, but I would not be shocked to see this one go very tight. A lot tighter than yesterday because there were only 5 legs in yesterday's game.
60.
I still can't believe that Chris Murphy's made no ABBA puns when it comes to an all-Swedish game.
32.
I think he must be saving it for a big one tomorrow.
Great first start. Love that shot. Really intelligent,
93.
that. Leaves 76 after the first start and does not choose to go for double-double on 19s. That was a definitive single leave.
100. Antonio Carl, 40.
I'm not sure we give Anton the amount of credit he deserves as far as counting's concerned. I think he's up there.
Yep.
Not double 5 again.
Victor
Just like
Carl,
yesterday, he was on it more than
152.
anybody.
Yeah, and his double percentages was way down, wasn't it?
Really was. Engstrom was hoping for a shot at double 16 then, just misses out.
96. Antonio
But yesterday,
Carl, 10.
Östland 20% on doubles for the day. More on that in a second,
Game
as he
shot on
does take the first leg in
Anton
20
Östland.
darts. Yes, if you think about the amount of darts at double that the players had yesterday, Andy Bolton had
Second leg, Victor
50
to throw first. Game on.
and hit 15 for 30%. That's under what he wants. But Östland had 66.
58.
Yeah, I think 30%'s just about acceptable, isn't it? As a player, you want to be around 40%.
81.
Before this game today, he was 50% for the day, which is much improved.
Yeah.
12 darts at double, 6 hits.
100.
Very easy for us to say, but if he can maintain that, then he will have a better day. That's only our 8th 180 of the day, and this is
96.
match 8.
I know. Well, we thought yesterday the count of, what was it, 27?
Yeah.
Was on the low side.
93.
But today, I don't even think they may not even breach 20.
$100. Victor Carl, 170.
It's not on. Had he got the 2 treble 20s, I'm sure he would have gone for it.
58.
Temptation may have taken over. Last time that Anton was here, did get word that Stefan Lord was actually watching from the Far East.
100.
Correct, yeah, we had
Victor Carl,
a message,
112.
didn't we? Absolute legend of the sport, Stefan Lord.
80. Antonio Carl, 44.
That one was right on line. It just seemed to run out of fuel in the last 10% of its journey. Double 16 for Anton. And he hits
shot on
what
the
Victor
second
did
leg.
not
Anton
and doubles the
Östland.
lead.
Yeah, much more clinical there on the finishing.
Third leg, Anton to throw first. Game on.
I know that Magnus Karras is now retired from darts, which when we found out about that, I was really sad because I spent a lot of great time with Magnus. Fabulous fella.
60.
Wonder if he's watching. I actually think that Magnus Karras was very
96.
underrated.
Agree.
Semi-finals on the Pro Tour in the PDC, as well as doing very well in his BDO and WDF days. One of my best ever performances was against Magnus in Benidorm. We played each other in a
100.
semi-final. That's a game I think about very often. Played in a superb spirit.
$100.
Live for the day that I actually get to go to Sweden. There's so many beautiful things about it. I'm pretty sure that darts will go to Sweden very, very
59.
soon. Judging by the popularity and the increasing strength of the players coming from Svenska,
58.
I would imagine that our visit will be in the immediate future. These guys are flying the flag brilliantly, alongside the likes of
98.
Johan Engström, Oskar Lukasiak, Daniel Larsson, Dennis Nielsen, and there are plenty of others too.
99.
What kind of pressure can he put on that 148? Worked out pretty well.
124.
Even with the
Victor Carl,
single four,
148.
he's got himself into single to double combination range. And it could well be 3-0, Anton.
100.
Also
Antonio
had
Carl, 60.
Kantala and Pusa. Pusa had that incredible run at the Worlds, didn't he?
Well, that single is in, but it was not a good dart. That
Game shot on
is...
the third leg. Anton Oostland.
What's happening here? This is turning out to be a very up and down day for Victor. Bad game, good game.
Fourth
So
leg
far,
Victor to throw first. Game on.
not what he wants at all. This would be a remarkable turn of events
100.
for everybody trying to chase Victor down. He would only be 2 points ahead of second-placed Dom Taylor. And don't forget the remaining fixtures that Tingstrom has today. He's got Mitchell and he's got Bolton.
Here's one for you, Nico. You may remember the Scandinavian, well, Sweden
97.
specifically player, Stefan Nagy.
Ah. Here's something that people tend to forget about Stefan. He beat Gary Anderson on his Lakeside debut.
Correct.
And it wasn't close.
Ulf Cedar.
180.
I remember the chant. Ulf, 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 Ulf. It was very good. It started in Sindelfingen in Germany. I was there, and everybody was on board with that chant.
65.
I've
Victor
had
Carl
180s
124.
in this game. As soon as we say we haven't had many 180s, we get 4 in the same match.
Like buses.
That's a bad miss, meaning Anton does have 116 for the win.
No score.
And he's bust the
Anton
124.
116.
Silly boy.
It's not a given. The 116 is going to go.
Oh, you're hungry, Victor, but you can't eat dart flights. You might have to eat this, though.
100.
And now,
Victor Carl
busting that
124
124 is the mistake, because had he been on a double, he might have taken this quite simply. He might still take it.
99. Antonio
Match
Carr,
point
16.
Östlund. Yesterday, Tingstrom won by 4 legs to 1. And
Game
things have
shot
been
in the match,
turned
Anton
around
Östlund.
as Anton wins by 4 legs to 0 in just shy of 10 minutes. And he does average in the mid-92s with excellent doubling as well. What are the Swedes up to? Are they trying to send us a few messages? Have you got a call waiting for you there, Anton? Well, you answered the call there with a great display. They are the stats in that one. And Victor Tingstrom has now got plenty of people within touching distance. The likes of Östlund, who now goes to 3rd in the table. He's on 8 points and feeling very good about his efforts. One more match in round number 3 today. It will be Bolton and Treadgold next.
It is game on here at the Modus Super Series, and game 9 of 15 today about to take place, and it's Nathan Treadgold, the ADC qualifier, taking on the experienced operator that is Andy Bolton. Treadgold won a couple of matches yesterday, including his fixture against Bolton, but is still looking for his first victory of Tuesday, whereas Bolton did get a good win against Scott Mitchell in his second game today. As Victor Tingstrom, remember, has now been beaten 4-0 twice today. The rest of the field hoping to catch up with the man who had a 6-point lead before the day started. Who can use a springboard from this match? Let's find out in the company of Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
At the end of round 3, we have Nathan still looking for his first points of the day. Andy Bolton is looking for his second win. Now, if we do get a second win for Andy in this one, he will go to 8 points alongside Anton Uslan now. But if Nathan wins, he will join Bolton on 6.
Game on.
When they played yesterday, it was a shock win for the Welshman. I don't think that's saying too much based on form, experience.
The numbers we had coming into this, the
58.
expectation and the proven ability of Bolton.
And what do we expect from Nathan this time? Because in his first game today, he lost with a 91 average, which was
60.
a very good game with Scott Mitchell. But he did refer to some of the games that he had yesterday, going back into the 70s average
40.
range in his second match. What has he got to do to arrest that slide?
Well, potentially not be taking on Andy Bolton, who will be tamping,
81.
to use a Welsh expression.
What you're telling me is he wants to play tidy.
He's going to have to play tidy, because I think we're due one from Andy Bolton. I just couldn't imagine him
96.
being so far cut adrift. I mean, if he doesn't win here, his ambitions of winning this Group A, I think, are done and dusted. I know mathematically it's still possible, but
59.
As it stands, he is 6 points behind Tingstrom at the top. Other people have done their job. They have kept Tingstrom at 12 instead of him maybe getting to 16.
that's right, and that's what we said had to happen for the likes of Bolton, Mitchell, and Taylor to close the gap.
59.
As it is, it's Anton Usland who's been the main benefactor. He's up into 3rd position.
It's a question now as to whether he has company on that 8-point tally.
28.
Dom Taylor has made the biggest move. He's won 3 from 3 today. He's got games left against Nathan Treadgold and Andy Bolton.
Yeah, well, Taylor started at the wrong end of the table, and although sometimes we don't get the movement we desire on moving day, but today's definitely been a moving day for Dom Taylor. And he's next out against
31.
Treadgold.
Nathan O'Carr, 68.
That maximum from Nathan was his first of the day. Remarkably, we haven't had one from Scott Mitchell yet. Now we have an 18 darter from Nathan as well. Really nice conversion there of 248 in 6.
Second leg Andy to throw first. Game on.
Is this going to be the time of day where he finds his best stuff? Some people just
100.
have that likelihood. They're very awake now. They're very aware of their situation. They're switched on. They've had plenty of reps. Yesterday probably felt like the first day of school. Never been in this
24.
environment before. Never put himself maybe under so much pressure against such great opposition.
Yeah, and there's no hiding places there.
140.
Don't forget, if you're watching on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel, welcome along. Please hit that subscribe button. Only take you a second.
58.
Don't forget to give us a thumbs up. Also hit that alert bell, and welcome along to all of you, the many thousands that tune in via your chosen betting app.
100.
If you are choosing to have a little flutter today, please gamble responsibly. It's over 18s only, and begambleware.org for more information.
And if you do the social medias, at MSS Darts across
39.
the whole platform, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and X, formerly known as Twitter, of course.
129.
If you want to get in touch with us, Paul does have the app, and we'll open it. And got any questions or comments, please get in touch at MSS Darts. Make sure you give us a follow across those platforms
33.
that you use.
And your car 32.
Double 16. A bit of trouble on the doubles today at times, but not right there. Is he getting those doubles quick enough for his liking so far this week? That's the question. And I don't think he is.
No. Well below where he'd want to be.
Yeah, 3 from 12 in his first game, and the fact that I am seeing 3 from is not going to be something that Andy will be happy with. I know he was 4 from 7 in his first game, but overall, he is not touching the 40% mark. He's more
40
towards the 30% mark. And that could be a big difference in whether he wins this group or not.
Well, it's been costly for him throughout his campaign so far. And don't forget, if you're an aspiring player like Nathan Treadgold and you want to take to the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, search for the ADC
96
or Darts Atlas. All the information's there. Every opportunity to qualify.
He is living, walking proof that if you are good enough, you
99.
can be here as well. That's the greatest thing about this tournament, because anybody who is good enough would pit their wits against people like Scott Mitchell, like Martin Adams.
60.
Some of the greatest names that we have had here in Portsmouth.
And you can join us on Saturday. Get your ticket for Saturday night's action
100
via dartshop.tv, but there's the ADC badge being worn with pride. But don't forget, we got the Ladies ADC Championship on Saturday. Doors open at 11:30. Action gets
59.
underway at 12:30. Please come and support the ladies. We will all be here streaming it live on our Modus Super Series YouTube channel. And some real legends
57.
of the ladies game involved, Paul.
Indeed, there are. I actually have the combatants listed in front of me now. Kim Holden will take on Samantha Curtin. Eleanor Cairns will take on
100.
Rebecca Browse. Lisa Ashton will take on Angela Kirkwood. And Dita Hedman will take on Jodie Hancock. Champion will get £2,000. Runner-up a grand. Semis 500 and quarters £250. Big money on offer for those ladies in the ADC Championship on Saturday afternoon.
Yes, and well, you mentioned Lisa Ashton, and we were doing our birthdays. Happy birthday to Lisa's husband, Derek. A good day, pal.
58.
No doubt we'll
and your car 62.
see you on Saturday, I hope.
Single 20 surely. For a shot at double 16. And he
Getting
takes it
shot on the
cleanly
third
this
leg.
time for
Andy
2-1.
Bolton.
Great turnaround for Andy in this game.
Fourth leg Andy to third first.
He's somebody who's got very, very used to coming to Portsmouth over the last year and a bit.
I bet he don't even need to use his sat-nav.
96.
That's when you know where things are if you don't put the sat-nav on. Always looks very comfortable on the stage, doesn't he? Never looks too nervous.
100.
At the minute, he's just worried about what's on the bottom of his shoe. At the minute, it's Nathan. Nathan is on his treads.
180.
Not noted as a big 180 hitter, Andy Bolton. So far today, you got no 180s against Mitchell. Got no 180s against Östlund.
96.
So that makes that one his first of the day. We know that Nathan got his first in this match. Treadgold got 2 yesterday. Andy's 4, so not really dipping their toes in the 180 lake too much.
58.
I think Andy's game's been more about tons and 140s and good approach play and good conversion rates his whole career.
Yeah, his
46.
all-round game
And
is
you car 167.
fairly solid. And then when he's got his finishing boots on, that's what makes him so tough to beat. I say the trouble's been caused so far
59.
this week because of the troubles on the outer ring.
It's not all going to be smooth sailing in a darts career, that's for sure. If you want a little bit of advice from me and Chris, you are an aspiring player and you want to take it to the top,
76.
understand that it will
And
not
you
be
car
smooth.
108.
It will be rough.
Yep, learn to take your medicine is the best advice I can give anybody.
Just imagine somebody working on a crab boat in the Bering Sea, and that's what it's like. When you hit the jackpot, you hit the jackpot, but it's going to be rough.
76.
Not playing particularly well in this game, Nathan. He's only had 1 shot at a double, and he has hit it, admittedly. He
45.
seems to be losing
And
his
you
way a
car
little bit
52.
in the halfway point of this group stage.
Game
And
shot
he
on
is
the
3-1
fourth
down
leg.
to
Andy
Bolton, who has
Bolton.
taken full advantage of that lack of output from the Welshman.
Fifth leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Just wonder at this point, where's he going to get his points from today? Is he going to be left in the dust of all the other players? Because he does have Taylor next, which is not good.
And then he plays
58.
table topping. No, he doesn't. He plays Anton Östlund, who's another player who's been on the move today.
And he's got his tail up after beating his countryman by a distance
60.
in our previous game.
Our final matches will be Östlund against Mitchell, then Taylor against Treadgold, then Tingstrom against Bolton, Treadgold against
45.
Östlund, Mitchell against Tingstrom in our final match. How much will be on this? Bolton will be taking on Taylor.
We are halfway through Group A, like I mentioned.
100.
Who was your pick at the start of the week to win week number 2?
Dom Taylor.
Okay, you sticking with that?
Yeah.
My pick was Bolton because every time he comes here, he seems to make the final. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Bolton versus Taylor in the
96.
final on Saturday night. Only one of them can win Group A, of course. And here's the thing. Neither of them might win Group A, but they'd still make the final. That's the intricacy of the MODUS Super Series weekly
46.
format. And he's just getting ready for his next exertion in the background there, just showing that
98.
you don't have to stand still. Sometimes if you're feeling a bit tight, there are things you can do about it. And that stretch there was more to do with the lateral muscle under the shoulder.
59.
Sometimes with his action, that does get tight.
We do have a interesting 6 coming in over the course of Thursday and
94.
Friday that will also fancy a tilt at the title, including Scott Marsh, Tommy Morris, Mike Gillett, Adam Maud. Love to see Lipscomb make the Saturday night. Local lad, of course. and
43.
Jamie
Leslie Carl,
Kellen, who's
110.
more than capable of winning a week, as he did in the last series, didn't he?
Yeah, he beat Richie Corner on his weekly win. A lovely dart from Nathan.
74.
There's the dart a double to go within 1, but he will be back for double 18. Both these players are 50% on doubles now, admittedly with Andy having had
41.
6 darts at a double.
Nathan Yucar, 36.
Nathan's 2. This is where you want to win this game. You just got to stop your opponent from getting a match shot. And he does not do that.
28. Andy Yucar, 152.
The big ask. His finish yesterday for Bolton was a 1-2-2. But the shot is on. Still on. Match start at double 16.
136. Nathan Yucar,
He wanted
8.
that done and dusted as well. Oh, is that just a little close?
Well, you could be right, Paul.
No score.
I think
Andy
that
Yucar,
dart just
16.
veered a little left and covered the bed.
Yeah, and it was just a little off-putting.
Nothing in the way of double 8. Got to go high.
8. Nathan Yucar,
It's
8.
now 4 missed darts for the match. And I think that's purely because he didn't expect to have those shots.
And I think there's doubt on the doubles, isn't there?
No score. Andy Yucar, 8.
If it wasn't the case before that shot, it is definitely evident now. 2 4s for Andy to get the job done. A somewhat scruffy game.
Four.
Wow.
Nathan Yucar, 8.
Just can't close the game out.
Almost as if somebody's put the goalkeeper in at double 8 and double 4. He can't figure out what's going on.
Surely this time. Well, you know what they say about 2s. They never
Shoulder
lose.
The 5th leg. Nathan Treadgold.
Lined that one up perfectly. That is not going to sit well with Andy.
6th leg. Andy did
He's
throw
missed
first.
7 darts for the match, and now he's got to do it all again.
There's a smile, but inwardly he'd be absolutely raging.
It will be a familiar feeling as well, because he has let a couple of games slip over the last couple of sessions.
$41.
In Andy's career, I've levelled him as one of the best journeyman players that I've ever seen. And I'd say that as a compliment, but I'd be really interested to hear from him as to what his biggest
57.
achievement is.
Yeah.
Because he's only won 1 challenge to a title, but he's won lots of stuff away from ranked environments. He's won the Portland Open in Inverness a couple of times.
Got to be good to win that.
Won all sorts in Scotland.
100.
But I'd be really fascinated to hear what his best achievement is and what his greatest match is. I remember his game with Stephen Bunting at the World Championship, and it went to a last leg decider.
99.
That was an extraordinary game.
Yeah, that was his sort of coming out match, wasn't it?
They're the kind of games you can watch about 10 times and not get sick of them.
95.
In that championship, the 2021 PDC World Championship, there were 16 games that went to last leg deciders.
134.
16. And Andy's game with Stephen Bunting was one of them. It is arguably the greatest PDC World Championship ever, but people don't remember it because it was behind closed doors. They didn't have the crowd participation, so they don't think of it that way. Think about the standard and what we saw at that tournament. It is right up there.
Nathan
Just
Yucar,
shows you what
170.
influence or outside influence the crowd is.
Maybe double 16 again for Bolton. And he will
84.
firmly
Andy
believe
Yucar,
that the job
32.
is done now. Double four again.
Game.
And
shot,
finally,
and a
on match
and
start
an
number
order.
10, he does get the points and wins by 2 clear legs in that one. It was a scruffy affair, but the most important thing is that Bolton goes to the top 3 now on 8 points, just behind Dom Taylor on 10, and he wins by 4 legs to 2.
At Bet365, we encourage all of our players to play safe. So before you take a look at today's fixtures, log in and check out our responsible gambling tools. Like deposit limits. You can set a daily, weekly, or monthly limit that helps keep an eye on your spending. So you are able to enjoy the things that matter most. When you play safe with Bet365.
Anyway, cutbacks, initial thoughts, downsizing. I could make do with this office here, I suppose, but that big space downstairs is a bit overindulgent nowadays, isn't it?
By downstairs, do you mean closing the actual branch? Mm-hmm. But nationwide, aren't we?
We're not nationwide, are we? We're nothing like them. Isn't that my ex-wife?
Unlike the big banks, we're not closing our branches. Nationwide, a good way to bank.
When you finally move in. When 2 becomes 3. When they've shot up again. When you want the flexibility to shop the brands you love. Say hello to VeryPay. Choose Pay Now, Pay Later, or pay over 3 months and pay no interest. And we'll send you helpful payment reminders every month. VeryPay, nice and flexible for when life is anything but. Shop now at very.co.uk.
Say hello to Go.Compare, the new way to compare prices on insurance, credit cards, and more. So, if you're looking for the right deal on your pet insurance, looking to switch your home insurance, or searching for car insurance with £250 free excess cover, remember Go.Compare. One click, and you're there. Go.Compare!
Well, moving day and the pack are shuffling here at the MODUS Super Series. Chris Mason's joined me for some analysis after the first 9 games, and we'll take a look at the results, Mason. We'll talk about Dom Taylor in a moment, but the other one that really has drawn some attention is Anton Östlund, 2 out of 3.
Yeah, we're seeing why he's won a week here, aren't we? He's got something about him. He's certainly got a level to his game, and he started off with a great win against Andy Bolton, who's one of the favourites, of course, to win this week. Maybe not necessarily. Well, we know he's not favourite to win the group. So that was a big win for him, and his only defeat is at the hands of Dom Taylor, who's been immaculate all day so far.
He absolutely has. He started his day in the perfect style, Dom Taylor. Everyone trying to chase down Victor Tingstrom. He beats him 4-0 in match 1.
Yes, perfect, isn't it? Especially when you consider leg difference. That's the way to do it, is to take the big points off of the main man, and the main man at the start of the day was Tingstrom. Backed that up with a 4-2 win against Östlund, who himself has been rock solid, as we mentioned. And then another great win against Scott Mitchell that could have gone against him. Scott missing a dart at tops, of course, but sometimes, like yesterday, you need your opponents to miss now and again. And yeah, he's the benefactor of that on this occasion.
As for Scott himself, he seems to be playing well. 90s averages quite a lot, but just not quite getting the results.
Yeah, he's not getting a lot of good fortune at the moment. He's setting himself up to win matches. He did it yesterday as well. As we mentioned, he averaged over 90 for the day yesterday to only pick up 2 points. That's fairly unheard of at this level, but he's not been disheartened. He's continuing to produce. And listen, if you keep playing at that level, things will change, as we're seeing from Tingstrom today. When you think of yesterday, where everything went his way, everything's not going his way today.
Yeah, they are coming for Victor Tingstrom. If you look at the Group A table now, that 6-point gap is now just 2 points. Could be eliminated after the next round of fixtures. Dom Taylor, the one leading the charge. Scott Mitchell, probably trying to cling on to the coattails in terms of winning the group, needs to start winning his matches.
Yeah, I think for him now, we're just trying to secure possibly a place in Group B, which is, you know, that if you don't win a Group A, you want to be in that Group B because it's a 5-player field, it's played at night, and 3 go through.
Right, one more bit of analysis I need you to give. Now, in darts, there's a tradition, isn't there, before games, a shake hands or bump fists. Mace, what did you make of this?
Yeah, that's a little different. I remember Darryl Fitton and Tony O'Shea used to do the belly bump, but yeah, that's a new one on me.
Yeah, I know what everyone's thinking. No, we're not going to do it. We're going to get on with the darts. Anton Ursland and Scott Mitchell are ready to play. Well, Mace is up for it. Maybe at the end of the week, Paul Nicholson's in commentary, keeping it sensible.
I'm not sure about that, Murph, because he was practicing that on me just before he went up to the balcony. So there you go. Perfect execution, that, Mace. But all because of what Anton and Victor did first. I wonder what they've got in store for tomorrow. As far as the analysis is concerned, absolutely spot on from Chris and Chris, because we now have 2 more rounds of play for you. Now it's go time for Mitchell. He must win this game.
First leg, Anton to throw first. Game on.
If he does win this game, he'll go to 8 points. Depending on the margin of victory, he could vault himself up the table a little bit. But the threat of Östland
139.
is a bit more potent today than it was yesterday, that's for sure. Nice moves, Mace. Nice moves.
Just trying to get on the socials, don't I?
81.
I want to get on that TikTok thing.
Are we all going to be doing that by the end of the day?
No. That's one time only, pal.
60.
What's Mitchell got to do right here? I get the feeling he's going to need a 180 at some point. He hasn't got one today so far.
Here it comes. Right on cue, Nico.
140.
Ooh. Yeah, intriguing contest, this one, because I think both of them have to win. Of course, only
56.
one will. I think it's more important for Mitchell. I think he just needs to, what he's been unable to do is string consecutive performances together and just get on a little bit of a run. Dom Taylor's been able to do that today. As I mentioned with Murph, that was down to a little bit of good fortune in that of Mitchell missing.
100. Scott Ricard, 140.
If you consider who Tingstrom is playing in this round, at the end of the round, I might add, playing Andy Bolton. If Andy wins that game, then everybody going to be in striking
60.
distance.
Yeah,
well, 146.
Again, I'm looking at this Mitchell playing in this one, and then he has Tingstrom to play.
Tingstrom has 2 points for the day. If he can be limited
130.
to 2
Scott Ricard,
points
80.
by his 2 opponents left, then we've got one tasty Wednesday coming your way. Double 10 for Mitchell.
Game shot on the
That's
first
beautiful.
leg.
Like
Scott
it.
Mitchell.
Absolutely rock solid.
Second leg, Scott to throw first.
As you can see, he has to wait for the table.
Game on.
We don't have that fancy 2 table set up that the PDC have.
Yeah.
I was part of the 1 table setup. Apart from the World Cup where we used to get our own table because there were 4 players on stage.
I don't think I ever
100.
played in a Worlds where we had our own table. And of course, Lakeside was very compact. Let's put it that way.
96.
I understood why they ever just made the stage bigger. And of course, we went to the Tavern, another tight venue. And then, lo and behold, we get to Ali Pali and
82.
well, could have got an Arctic on the stage. was enormous.
Back at the start of this century, Lakeside didn't just have
100.
2 markers on stage and a referee and 2 players. They had 2 people on the pins as well.
Yeah.
And if you've never seen anybody on the pins, it was a system where someone would plug something into a hole and show something on the monitors
97.
where the dot was going in.
Yeah, it was a great big dartboard with bulbs in the target areas, and they would put that in there. It would light up so you could see from the back of the stage.
And you had to be
138.
quick as
Yeah.
well doing that.
But the thing was then, it was navigating off stage, well, in between throws, navigating not just the referee, also navigating around the old boy sat in the pin box.
$52.
Mitchell just
Antonio
doing his
Carl,
sums there, and he got them
167.
right. This game could get away from Ursuland if he's not
57. Scott Lucar, 170.
careful at the minute. This game is in the balance. Mitchell has got the first leg, but here in leg 2, he's done the right thing in leaving 170. That 110 out, it looks precarious now.
Certainly does now. Great recovery darts from Mitchell.
He's going south on 110 as well. Double 18.
92.
He might pay for
Scott
that.
Lucar, 50.
Now, which double is Scott going to leave?
He's got to go 10 tops.
Game shot
Oh,
on the
yeah.
second leg. Scott Mitchell.
Classic Mitchell. He's had a little bit of a furore with double 16 and double 8, but I
Third leg
assure
Antonio
you,
through first.
he
Game
looks
on.
way more comfortable going for tops than any other double on the board. And this result so far proves it. Now, we have had a little bit of social media interaction when you were on the balcony.
Yeah, and if you... Oh, there we go. There's a 180. And don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us, at MSS Darts.
Declan Mason's been in touch and asked
Any
ourselves.
relation?
I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Out of all of the players who have played
60.
in the Modus Super Series this year, which 5 players would you like to see on the PDC circuit next year?
Ooh.
Chris has got his pen out. He's going to make a list now. But I'm completely selfish. I want all the best players that we've got this
100.
year on this next year when we're here.
Well, I think really the 5. Well, Darryl Pilgrim is certainly one of them I want to see, and he'll be
59.
there or thereabouts in terms of Q score. Barry Van Peer and Owen Bates, they're already secured their cards.
100.
I wouldn't mind seeing Kiss back on the tour.
Yeah.
Dom Taylor, another one.
I think of everybody that we've had here this year and last year as well, the one person I want to see on
60.
tour next year
Antonio
is
Carl,
Conan
41.
Whitehead.
Well, after what happened last year, and then the fact that certain players haven't played a single pro tour this year.
25.
Yeah, I think that's it's been a little unfair. I think they may need to look at the rulings on that going forward.
Yeah, my reasonings exactly. Okay, how many 180s can you get in a leg?
Antonio Carl, 16.
Well, that's 3. That's Mitchell's first of the day. It's a leg he should lose.
Game
And a
shot
leg
on
he
the
has
third
lost.
leg. Anton
Great leg
Usland.
from Anton Usland. 2 maximums in there. And back
Well,
in the
they
match
stopped
for
to
sure,
throw
but Mitchell
first.
won't
Game on.
panic.
There was an opportunity for an 11 darter there for Anton, as it was. It ended up a 15.
140.
Thought it was going to be like buses.
We've also had a tweet, or a post, as they're called these days, from Hassan, who's got in touch. I think what a superb listener it is with myself
40.
and yourself. So
Thank you
nice
very
words,
much.
Hassan. Very, very kind of you to get in touch. Thanks for watching. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in today. And I'm sure the majority of people are tuning in for Scotty Dog. Very popular player. Well, there's enough flags on his collar, doesn't he? How many Dorset flags are on there? Is it 6? Flags all over the place because the back of the shirt of Ursland's got a Swedish flag on it. There you go. This is like Sheldon Cooper's Fun with Flags.
$81.
I wonder if we're going to get any new countries in 2024 or at the back end of 2023 coming here. What countries would you like to see represented here at the Super Series?
59. Scott Lucar, 140.
Picked a lot of continents now. We've had South America with Diogo, Australia, Australasia, Asia, Europe, North America.
100.
I don't think we've had an African player yet.
No.
Somebody get Warwick Sheffer here. I want to see him back.
Well, Devon's position on the tour is a little precarious at the moment, isn't it? Maybe this would be the perfect platform for him to
Scott Lucar, 40.
try and recapture great form he's shown over the years.
Mitchell hits tops again.
Scott Mitchell.
Very comfortable. 98 exactly average at the minute. And 3 out of 4 on the doubles. There's a lot to admire about this. He's ticking every box.
First. Game on.
And I think he still has plenty in the locker. He can make a 98 look relatively easy, which I can assure you
57.
it isn't.
I'm just doing my sums in my head. If I'm correct about this, we've had everybody, or I've had players from every continent apart from Africa and Antarctica.
123.
Not sure how many king penguins can throw a 180.
$82.
This is a great performance from Scott. But this is the intricacy of playing Super Series darts in Group A, which is something he hasn't done a great deal of.
Yeah, and dealing with the disappointment and not carrying it over. And we've seen a lot of players in the past who have a bad performance and don't have that experience. Just shake it off and forget about it.
59.
I think that's the biggest thing about group play.
Yeah, I sort of dealt with it like 5 county games. Just treated them each individually and just I didn't look at the table or have any concern of the table. My thinking was, well, if I play well, the table takes care of itself.
Yeah, it's all about the small victories which add up to the big one. You can't win the group in this match, so why think about it?
Yep.
Think about beating the Swede and getting the job done, which he is very close to doing. He has been too good for Anton in this game to date. His average has been at least 10 ahead most of the match.
40.
Tells a very buoyant story.
Well, that may not work out too bad for Mitchell. As we know, he loves tops and he should, all bar a bit of a disaster.
100. Scott Lucar, 58.
Find a single 18 and get 2 at tops.
I think Anton just understands that he's been outgunned in this game. Mitchell has been typically really good.
Scott Mitchell.
And for the second time this week, he just puts in a display that I'm not sure anybody else would be able to beat. 4 out of 5 on the doubles, and an average just shy of 100 this time, 99.85. And the only other person to average in 100 was actually Anton Ursland earlier today in a defeat. So Mitchell with the second best winning display that we've seen this week, and the best actually came from him as well. So he does have the likelihood of putting those performances in. He's got one more game left against Tingström, so he's looking to do the Swedish double before the end of the day. But before we even get there, it's Dom Taylor against Nathan Treadgold.
Well, Dom Taylor here at the MODUS Super Series is looking to go top of the table, and who would have thought that anybody other than Victor Tingstrom would be there when he led by 6 points at the end of the first day of action. But Taylor has won all 3 of his games so far, racked up some healthy leg difference as well, and victory here could see him tower over Tingstrom. He has to get the better of the man at the bottom in order to do that. Nathan Treadgold, the ADC qualifier, his opponent. And in comms, it's back to Paul and Mace. All yours.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, Taylor's looking to be dominant in this second daily campaign of the week. And the signs are there that maybe if Taylor can keep going with what he's done today, he might just dominate this game, because we've talked in the previous match for Scott Mitchell that he had to ride the wave of disappointment and respond. He did. But what kind of response are we going to get from Nathan after his most questionable performance in the group so far?
I don't know, but of all the players, I don't really want to be running into the hot one on the back of your poorest performance. And his mindset,
83.
Guile's going to get tested here, because Dom Taylor's riding the crest of a wave. Oh, this is beautiful.
124.
That must have been going for the treble 18, because with those darts in the bottom half of the 60, it looks like he'd run out of room. There was a danger in this game that Dom could stretch his legs really early. And he hasn't really had a problem when he's been playing well of starting very hot. Did that a little bit earlier on when he was playing against Victor Tingstrom. Made a 91 average look really simple.
100.
When somebody's doing that, you've got to say that they've got potential. He finished 7th on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit list. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but that gets him straight into stage 2 of Q School.
Correct.
And it also gets him in the UK
Dominic
Open.
137.
Yep. So he will already be having positive thoughts. And what I'm really impressed with, as you rightly mentioned, Nico, he was potentially looking at getting in the Players' Championship finals. And it no doubt would have been disappointing to just miss out. But the very fact he's a non-tour card holder yet,
Dominic 16.
you know, in or abouts, is credit to him.
Now, that's happening a bit more often these days. Happened with Kist. Crabtree only missed up by a couple of spots as well. 2 4s.
8.
No chance for Nathan. Another Nathan's going to be playing a little bit later tonight in the Grand Slam of Darts. He's not going to be at Minehead because he didn't qualify.
Aspinall
133.
taking on Ricardo Pachetsko. Chisnell against Bunce opens the show. Then Aspinall against Pachetsko. Then MBG against Clearmaker. Gilding taking on Muramatsu. Noppert against Dolan. Wright against Bunting. Ross against Sherritt. Big game for Sherritt there. And Heta against Greaves. Another big game, because I do believe if Greaves beats Heta, she progresses to the round of 16. As does Fallon if she beats Rob Cross.
135.
They're in the same half of the draw as well. So imagine, I don't know if it's possible at this stage, but if Greaves wins her group and Fallon was second, they'd actually play each other in the last 16.
Wow.
Can you imagine that?
140.
And we have actually had Haruki Muramatsu here at the Super Series in the last few weeks. He came down with Mikuru Suzuki. Great to have him here. He's been such a stalwart at Japanese darts for a long time.
He's played so well in that Grand Slam and got absolutely nothing for his efforts so far.
And winner of the Asian Championship, of course, which is starting to get itself a bit of grandeur, which is great.
85.
What we want to see is as in snooker, the influx of Asian players, because snooker over there is just the recent event they had over there. There was thousands and millions watching.
Yeah, I genuinely think that getting Nitin Kumar here is a great step.
78.
I think I'd be surprised if his name is not on a playing list by the end of this series, if not Series 7, because he would definitely benefit from playing here.
96.
Taylor is just picking this game apart at the minute. Nathan is not getting anything going. Only won 140 so far, but that's probably about to change.
100.
Much better. It's only the ton, but he really attacked that first start. Needs something to happen, doesn't he? His first game today, he lost 4-2 to Mitchell, but still played really, really well.
140.
Since then,
Nathan Carr 150.
He's only won one leg. Got to arrest that slide with something rather tasty.
I was about to say, this would be rather tasty, especially with Taylor on tops.
60. Dominic Carr 40.
You do fear the worst. Taylor today on the doubles has been very effective. See what he thinks of that one. What does he think of dart 3?
20.
Major
Nathan
dislike.
Carr 90.
We've already got some last 16 games teed up, haven't we, for Wednesday in the Slam? I'll read through them, because if I was able to go to the Slam, I think Wednesday night would be my night.
Oh, the sin of double 15, and he's bust it. By hitting the double 7.
20.
You can't leave one. He cannot believe it. Such a horrible thing to leave a positive number, and you can't take it. You can't finish on 1, but you can finish on 10.
Yeah, Wednesday night at the Slam. Rock against Ratajski, Wade against Dobie,
Third leg's on to third
Price
first.
against Anderson, and Humphries against Searle. What a lineup that is.
I like the order as well. Just climbs with every game, doesn't it?
Yep.
Much like it will on Saturday night here.
180.
Darts like that, Dom will be hoping he's there.
You already think he's going to win the week, but I'm going to throw my weight behind you. I'm going to say he's definitely on Saturday, based on what we're seeing.
58.
It's gone 5 perfect darts into a 9 today. Make that 4. Can't make it 5 once again. But I did say
100.
that there was a danger that he could stretch his legs at one point in this game, and he's starting to do it.
$58.
Why Nathan is at the minute, it's a bit like jumping out of a plane with your parachute, but you can't quite reach for the clasp that will give you that slower fall.
89.
And you start worrying, am I ever going to reach it? That's how it feels. It feels like you're falling when this kind of thing happens, where you can't seem to find a leg.
Well, as we know
55.
from experience,
Dominic Carr
that-
132.
I mean, this is his debut in anything like this environment. And you'll fall into that trap of just trying too hard. Plenty of room. Oh, that's unlucky. Oh.
126.
Oops.
That's a long way down for Big Dom, isn't it, double free?
I think he can see the funny side of it now. It's a good job he wasn't going for a single that the treble would actually bust the shot. I know he's way in front, but the last thing you want to do is leave yourself on double 3 or busting the shot to have to go back to what you had before.
I think you have one turn of being aggressive, and he's gone for 2 double 2.
Oh, now he's got a blocker. I think he's got to go for double 3 now.
Yep, I agree.
Don't worry, Dom, he didn't need that dot. Told you.
Game shot on the third leg. John Taylor.
That's how you take out 6.
That
She's the funny side of it.
That is one of the weirdest 6
Well,
checkouts
Nathan
you will
to throw
ever
first.
see,
Game
and
on.
one of the funniest.
I have seen it before. Well, because he's over-pitched on that final dart and hit the treble, what you naturally do is just slightly underthrow
79.
at the single 2, because the last thing you want to do is hit another treble of any description.
That wasn't a bounce out. That actually
77.
collided with his own flight, of which there's not much material. Of anybody this week, he's using the smallest flights. Feels somewhat old school to
57.
be using foldable flights these days.
I know.
Everybody seems to be going to molded.
Are you a molded flight?
Folded.
Yeah. Well, I've had a nightmare, as you know. I use those real old school, transparent Union Jack flights. Can't get them anymore.
121.
So I'm having to convert to the paper ones.
Want to hear an interesting flight story? I had a really long conversation
140.
with a dart player about a certain flight that they really like to use, and they still do. They were so worried that they wouldn't be able to get those flights anymore because they'd stopped being made, that this person said to me, can we try and find the machine that made them, and I will
133.
get them made again?
Wow.
They were willing to buy the flight press. Just so happened that they couldn't. Oh, a nice 180 there from Nathan.
180. Dominic Harwood.
Forces Taylor to take the 170 for the match.
Why he hasn't come out of that straight away?
81.
Well, that's why.
Nathan O'Connor, 45.
Shoring. Big 13.
Wasn't sure on the line there.
13.
Maybe that flight
Dominic
was in the way
89.
in the end. Dom Taylor could put him away here. Great first start. It's double 16. Can he find what Nathan couldn't?
Game
Yes,
shot
he
and the
can.
match. Dom Taylor.
That is such an ideal victory for him. Nathan will remain on the bottom of the table and his leg difference continues to suffer. But now we have a change at the top of the table, because with Tingstrom playing next against Bolton, he now looks up at Dom Taylor, not just because he's tall, but because he's above him in the table on leg difference and on 12 points. Interesting times at the MODUS Super Series. Let's see what Tingstrom does against Bolton after this.
At Bet365, we encourage all of our players to play safe. So before you take a look at today's fixtures, log in and check out our responsible gambling tools. Like deposit limits. You can set a daily, weekly, or monthly limit that helps keep an eye on your spending. So you are able to enjoy the things that matter most. When you play safe with Bet365.
Anyway, cutbacks, initial thoughts, downsizing. I could make do with this office here, I suppose, but that big space downstairs is a bit overindulgent nowadays, isn't it?
By downstairs, do you mean closing the actual branch? Mm-hmm. But nationwide, aren't we?
We're not nationwide, are we? We're nothing like them. Isn't that my ex-wife?
Unlike the big banks, we're not closing our branches. Nationwide, a good way to bank.
When you finally move in. When 2 becomes 3. When they've shot up again. When you want the flexibility to shop the brands you love. Say hello to VeryPay. Choose Pay Now, Pay Later, or pay over 3 months and pay no interest. And we'll send you helpful payment reminders every month. VeryPay, Nice and flexible for when life is anything but. Shop now at very.co.uk.
Say hello to Go.Compare, the new way to compare prices on insurance, credit cards and more. So, if you're looking for the right deal on your pet insurance, looking to switch your home insurance, or searching for car insurance with £250 free excess cover, remember Go.Compare. One click and you're there. Go.Compare!
So the move has been made. Can that man counter? Victor Tingstrom started the day at the top of the table with a 6-point buffer, but he has just been replaced as the league leader after that victory for Dom Taylor, who's won all 4 of his matches today, looking to do the same as Tingstrom did yesterday by going through the card. And if he does that, he may well replace him come the end of the day. Tingstrom, though, will have a thing or two to say about that. He takes on Andy Bolton in his penultimate game of the day. And I will hand you back to Chris and Paul.
One question has been answered, Murph, and that is, can Victor be caught? Well, he has been caught.
First leg,
but
Victor
may
to field first.
he be caught by more than one?
Game on.
Because if Bolton beats Victor Tingstrom here, and he beats Dom Taylor in game 15, Tingstrom was to lose to Scott Mitchell, that would mean that 3 players would be on 12 points.
140.
Interesting times ahead.
Yes, there's been the movement we wanted. The start of the day,
140.
Victor was on 10 points after going through the card yesterday, and we then had the 5 other players all on 4.
You know how they say that Rome was not built in a day? Well, Group A was never won in a day.
57.
Andy knows that. He's won Group A before.
Dom Taylor, of course, has the opportunity now to replicate the achievement of Victor yesterday,
180.
who has suddenly come alive.
Andy says the same.
Victor cut 84.
Little micro juicy wiggle there. Double 12.
60.
What an opportunity to pinch this one away from a blitzing Victor Tingstrom at the start of this match.
Yeah, can we get 304 in 6? No. Could go ball to leave double 18 if he doesn't like the lie.
Yeah, he doesn't like that particular view, does he? Can't get the dot over the top, but dart players like to be able to see what they're going for.
63. Victor car 24.
Ouch.
Getting shot on the first
Now
leg.
Andy
Victor
says ouch.
Tingstrom.
Yeah, well, that was nearly treble 3, wasn't it?
I think
Second
Andy
leg,
was
Andy to throw first.
remarking
Game
to
on.
himself there. That was a bit dirty. That was a bit like Dom Taylor's 6 checkout in the previous game.
180.
And that's the answer. He's not had a great deal of 180s over the last couple of days, but seems to have the bit between his teeth at the minute.
91.
Trying to make Victor Tingstrom the floss. Did they give a name to that hip bumping that they did in game 8?
Oh. Swedish shuffle, maybe?
Needs to have a name, especially if they do it again.
140.
Treble 20 is getting pulverized in this game so far. Great to see.
Andy will want revenge after a
140.
super display from Vic yesterday, the 4-1 win, despite Andy Bolton averaging 95.48.
Have we had any Bobs play at the Super Series?
Any?
Bobs.
100. Andy McCart, 85.
That's some Roberts.
It could be Vic and Bob then.
45.
We have not
Victor
had a
Carr,
170 this week. I
170.
can't tell you that categorically. Stay there. Very, very aggressive
134.
throw.
Andy McCart, 40.
This game is rapid compared to some of the games we've had today. Rattling along at a lovely pace. And that is a really vital double.
Andy Bolton.
As soon as he hits that double 10, he knows just how important that is, because look at what Victor had left.
Third leg Victor to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that was massive, but a great start from both. Got a bit of rhythm, this one.
99.
Those flights that Victor is using, molded flights, they're actually made in Japan, these ones. Trying to remember the first person I remember using those, because I think it was 10.5 years ago where John Part signed with a certain
96.
manufacturer, and then we all looked at his flights and said, "What are they?"
Well, traditionally they were the cheap alternative.
43.
Now they're the most expensive alternative.
96.
A lot of thinking and technology goes into those things, that's for sure. I remember walking into Macrop and Son in Blythe when I was a kid, and they used to have a lolly jar on the shelf. And I said, "Can I have a look at the dart flights, please?" And they used to empty them on the counter. And there's no order to it. It's just what they had.
Yeah, Nathan had some of the latest ones from, pretty sure it was from Target, delivered to the pub, and I mean the intricacy and the evolution of this one-piece system is remarkable.
Was it the K-Flex?
Yeah. And they do go
98.
through the air.
Victor Carr, 85.
I was tempted until I seen the price.
Scathing review there from Mason on the K-Flex.
67.
Oh no, the
Andy O'Carr,
actual product
164.
itself is beautiful. And please feel free to send me a couple of dozen sets, and I'll happily use them.
The way the world works now, isn't it?
95.
Talk about pizza a
Victor
lot.
Carr,
People send you free
18.
pizza.
Being an influencer.
Game shot on
Beautiful
the third
shot
leg.
from Victor for
Tingstrom.
2-1. He's playing this game very well and averaging over 102 at the minute, making things very
Fourth
awkward
leg
for
Andy
Andy
to throw
Bolton.
first. Game on.
And he's got a somewhat demonic look on his face, as if to say, "I don't like the fact that I'm not top of the table."
97.
When it comes to dart equipment, I don't think you could promote anything that you didn't believe in yourself.
I couldn't agree more.
140.
Such a simple sport, where you throw bits of tungsten
Well, it's like
at
the
a mat.
like the darts I use now. They're the
59.
basic Wimmore Foxfire, 22 grams, and they're just a beautifully made dart. And they don't need a dart that costs hundreds of pounds.
60.
I will be equally as bad with both.
I think one of the things for people playing at home, and maybe you're having a practice while you're watching this Super Series action from
99.
around the world, I think one of the biggest innovations is lighting. The lighting options that you've got now are remarkable compared to what we
96.
used to have when I was younger.
Yeah, flexible metal thing with a spring on with a bulb in. That was it.
Then you get a bounce out and you hit the bulb, and then the bulb smashes, and then next you've got to get the dustpan and brush out. Then your neighbours say, "Why have you got the
97.
vacuum on at 12:30 in the morning?" That one escalated fast, didn't it?
Yeah, I think my advice is
60. Andy O'Carr,
use something that suits
149.
your throw, not looks pretty.
You don't see Andy Bolton using darts that look particularly fancy
113.
with a great
Victor
deal
Carr,
of flair. They're
145.
old school, and they work, and they continue to work.
You can see the stem and flight system that Victor's
59.
using, and if you have a look
Under your
at
car, 36.
Andy, he's even using rings, isn't he, on the...
18. Victor car, 86.
Remember the crowns you used to get?
Oh, yeah. They were a nightmare. 7-7.
79.
That could have been one of the biggest darts of the
Under
day.
your car, 18.
Could have been huge for Victor.
Getting shot on the 4 flag. Andy Bolton.
Huge dart there for Andy to keep this one tight. He's looking at 3-1 down. It's a mountain to climb.
Flag Victor to throw
Get
first.
himself
Game on.
onto 10 points and 2 points behind his opponent in the table. This is the last game in round number 9 of the week in Group A.
99.
I said around about this time on Tuesday will give us a very accurate picture of what is possible. If Tingstrom had been in the distance at this point on maybe 16 points at the end of round 4 on Tuesday,
60.
we weren't sure that he'd ever be caught. But now, as he's on 12, he's very catchable indeed.
$58.
You are curious as to why Victor is called the Belkin boy. It is something to do with his darts team.
137.
They're called the Belkin boys. Reliably informed it's got nothing to do with wireless phone chargers.
40.
Doesn't Andy fancy himself as a bit of a singer? Is that where the X Factor
He's
thing?
very, very good singer.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, there's our band member then.
Yeah, there you go, Andy. You're going to be lead singer of the band that will include
81.
possibly Anton Östlund and
There's a
Nathan
duet there,
Treadgold.
isn't there?
There's a band here this week. I once heard Andy duet with Veronica
100.
Henderson in the Walkabout Bar in Barnsley, which is no longer there. And they did a medley together. It was incredible.
96.
Oh, well. Every day's a school day.
Doesn't break it out that much anymore, but sure he's still got the lungs for it.
140. Andy car, 127.
Oh, come on. We've had one today. We won another one. Well, Victor doesn't.
Andy does.
How big could this be? Not big enough.
99. Victor car, 64.
Good pressure, though.
They are identical on doubles. 2 hits from 7. Is that about to change?
32.
It
Andy
does
car,
change.
28.
But for Victor, not in the right way. Oh, how things can change the other way. Bolton looks to find a shielded 28. Oh, great dart.
Andy Bolton.
Stunning shot from Bolton, who gets the break and is now favourite to win this game.
Yeah, you could see him shuffle along, change
Looks like Andy to throw first.
the line in. Kept the weight of the throw perfectly.
This is what makes darts so infuriating for players, because after yesterday, and then you take today into account, it's a
60.
somewhat bipolar feeling, isn't it? Ultimate joy on a Monday, and the way that Victor is rolling today, he's going to walk away from this venue thinking
81.
it feels like a completely different sport.
But I think the nature of this group of players was conducive to that happening.
44.
There's so much strength in there with Mitchell and Bolton and Östlund. Not to forget the likelihood of Dom Taylor kicking into gear.
140.
We're not even into the final round on Tuesday, and I'm already looking forward to Wednesday.
I was just about to say Bolton will be infuriated because he had a similar leg like this
140.
yesterday when He was at 3-3, and I think he had 4 consecutive troubleless visits.
140.
Watch his mouth sometimes. He likes to purse the lips just to make sure he's getting maximum effort from the throw.
Victor Carr, 140.
That was a vital treble just to get to a finish. Tingstrom's scoring in this leg has been absolutely stunning.
100.
Very safe 20 to leave tops, but it is match point Bolton.
81, 140, 140 ton, tops after 12.
Yesterday, the flights were matching the shirt for Andy. Today, not so much as he wears
60.
the red version.
Victor Carr, 40.
Can't leave the red double at the top that Victor already has.
Game shot
And
on
it's
the
now
6
3-3.
Victor Tingstrom.
Things have bunched up points-wise in this table and also leg difference. Tingstrom started this
final
match
leg, Victor to throw first. Game on.
+6. Bolton started it at +4. If Andy wins this leg, he will be 2 points behind the Swede, but the leg difference will be the same.
82.
Dom Taylor at the top on +9. And that's courtesy of that 4-0 victory over Nathan Treadgold in our previous game.
140.
This is the kind of leg where you dream of a 12-darter. Get those 3 140s and click that 81 in 2 or 3. You will be
96.
ecstatic with that.
Bolton here has the opportunity to steal a march with another 2 treble visit. Not now.
80.
There's the dart on the floor, but my word, how important will that third dart be? Still gets him half a dart ahead, but 80 as a visit with 3 darts, he doesn't like. 80 with 2, he
60.
really does like.
Likes the 60 from Tingstrom.
$263 for the Swede. Got to be somewhat creative
96.
if he doesn't get the treble 20 with the first dart. Got to be careful. Make sure he's got opportunities of leaving a finish, which are still possible.
53.
60 needed, though. This was tennis. It would be avantage Bolton. Because at the minute at 3-3, it's egalite.
100.
Bolton first to a finish.
59. Andy Ricard, 85.
Had this been yesterday, he was probably leaving a very small number there, but not right now. Bolton has missed a fair few darts at double at times over the last couple of days. Now is not the time to do that. He has 64 left. Is he weighing up, going for the treble 16 here? Or is he going to go for 14 bull? The odds state that treble 16 is the shot.
Agreed. It's just the match scenario.
$55.
That's why there was a case, because now he's left on 30. And all sorts can go wrong with double 15. Outside, inside, Bernadette. A blocker.
I was going to say Victor could hit the 151.
69.
But there was nothing to indicate he's got a shot of that ilk in the locker.
Not at the minute, not today. Got a burner dart. It's 1 dart at double 4.
22.
That is
Victor
3
82.
for the match missed. We have said that for Andy before this week. Does he pay the price? Double 10. That could be the biggest double he's hit this week. A hugely impressive 82 checkered for Victor Tingstrom, who denies Bolton 2 valuable points. Absolutely enormous, because he goes back to the top of the table on 14 points above Dom Taylor, and that is 9 rounds down. Well, a bit of fire there from Victor. You can see how he did it, but maybe he shouldn't have had that chance to take the 82 at the end. When we come back, Nathan Treadgold will play his final game of Tuesday up against the other Swede, Anton Östlund.
So just 3 games left to play on Tuesday at the Modus Super Series, and the last 3 have been very interesting. If you just cast your eye to the bottom portion of the screen there, Scott Mitchell getting the better Anton Östlund, but then after that, Dom Taylor's 4-0 win over Nathan Treadgold put him top of the table. Victor Tingström responded, winning that last leg decider against Andy Bolton, and that means that he has gone back to P1 in this race. Is it going to be a battle between those 2 players, or will somebody else emerge and join the front runners into tomorrow? The last 3 fixtures will decide that, and the first of them features Nathan Treadgold, the ADC qualifier, and a former weekly winner here at the Super Series, Anton Östlund, in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Murphin, well, a win here for Anton, and then if Mitchell can get the better of Victor and Bolton get the better of Taylor, we're in for an absolute thriller tomorrow.
That last match was a right thriller.
First
leg, fire shown by
first.
the other Swede.
Yeah, but it's
Game
another
on.
one that Bolton should have won.
I think that's been the tale of his week. He has lost games that he could have won. He will be frustrated by that. And we might be approaching the point at the end of the day where people think about playing
84.
on Thursday and Friday instead of winning the group.
Yeah, well, if Tingström beats Mitchell and Taylor beats Bolton, then I think Tingström and Taylor will be running off into the sun. Well, not that we get any
45.
sunset anymore, but you know what I mean.
We just get a set. What I will say is that my fancy already, before dart is thrown, is that Mitchell beats Tingström. Based on what we saw yesterday, he had his best stuff at the end of the day. If he does that again, I think he might just hold Tingström back. which would be great news for Anton Östlund and for Bolton and Taylor, who play each other in the last game.
60.
What Mitchell has had issues with is stringing them together. Yesterday, he lost one,
39.
1-1, lost one, 1-1. Today, 1-1, lost one,
100.
1-1. It's just following a pattern, isn't it?
Up and down like a yo-yo. When he's up, he's very up.
Or a fiddler's elbow.
44.
Watching a bit of Andre Rieu last night. Don't know what that says about me.
$100.
Nice grouping there from 1 ton. Still needs a lot of work, that nickname.
The soup.
Well, it's not out of the question that he could have his own
52.
soup because Karel Sedlacek's got his own energy drink. True story. Still not the best
100.
bit of
Nathan
dart
Carl,
player branding I've ever
142.
seen. Jamie Caven had his own contraception.
Yes, he did.
I don't think anything's going to top that. Or maybe a 142 checkout, mate. Something that we haven't seen this week is someone have 0 points from a daily
80.
campaign so far.
Antonio Khan,
And if
96.
Nathan does not win this game, he will be the first to go pointless through a card. Double 18.
Getting strong in
Östlund
the
takes
first
the
leg.
lead.
Anton Östlund.
Thanks to that perfect 2-darter. What do you
Second
think
leg,
about
Anton
Anton
through
today? Has
first.
he
Game on.
maintained what he did yesterday? Has he regressed or improved?
I think he's improved. I think he's looked far more comfortable. I think we've seen
140.
evidence today and signs and spells of why he has been a weekly winner.
He's going to be one of those players, unless he goes a bit crackers in this game, that has his best average as a losing average.
60.
That was the tale of yesterday for him. 91.95, his best performance in a game he lost. And today, 101.93 when he lost 4-2 to Dom Taylor. What a game that was.
He has had a 90.86 today.
180.
Currently sits in the table on 8 points. If he's on 10 after 2 days,
81.
and then can potentially go through the card tomorrow, still has a chance of getting through this group.
He also had a 92.49 when he beat
41.
Vic 4-0.
How does that game seem like a long time ago? Because a lot has happened since then.
And it's the general pace of the players.
119. Antonio Carl, 140.
There's no speedsters.
Take the ton and run. Or just do this.
100.
I've always wondered why people don't do that more on 140. You can agree or disagree that going double top with an opponent on 2-4-1 is the right thing to do, but...
Well, I think if you've got an awkward lie on the 60 and you have the
30.
ability to throw
Antonio
a
Carl,
safe
40.
tops, then, yeah, put one out there.
Anton 1 tops.
$20.
Can't get 1 tops. Still a bad nickname. I wouldn't call him 1 tops either. Thinking back to when he was here in the previous series, I believe it was week 5
80.
that he played
Antonio
in series
Carl,
5.
20.
He was excellent on double 10 that week. Wasn't there. How's his double 4?
16. Nathan Carr 131.
It's happening again. He's getting too many dots at double and missing them. $131 will not go. Like we said earlier, or should I say it like
91.
Chris Mason said earlier?
Antonio Carr 4.
2s never ... Up to you, Anton. What did 2s do? Well, they lose on this occasion.
No score.
And he may just
Nathan
lose the
Carr,
leg.
40.
He does lose this leg, he will be livid. He already is. Double 10 is found by Nathan.
Leg. Nathan Treadgold.
He hasn't won many legs today. In fact, let's tally up how many legs he has won. 2 in his first game.
Third leg, Nathan to through first.
1
game on.
in his game after that. 2 in his third, so that makes 7. Didn't get any against Dom Taylor, so 7 legs for the day.
100.
As far as yesterday is concerned, he did get the least amount of legs yesterday as well, only getting 11. What he would give to win 11 here today, because that means he would win this match.
121.
His big issue, of course, is the leg difference column, minus 15.
Do we just say that Nathan's more than likely going to be in Group C now?
100%.
44.
And if we're saying that, and he accepts that, he can play with that degree of relaxation.
58.
Just get out there, enjoy it. Dare we say, do a Berry Van Peer. Go and play the games, enjoy them, get the experience, and then when it comes to Group C later in the week, then you try and extract more from yourself based on experience that you've gained in Group A.
Exactly that.
58.
Tomorrow, just play with freedom and experiment.
Doesn't strike me as the kind of player who's going to experiment with kit, but maybe experiment with mindset.
100.
I'm not sure Anton is feeling too good at all about this fixture at the minute. He should have been 2-0 up. And I don't often use that phrase, should.
81.
Because in this game, nothing comes for free. But when you've missed 9 darts at a double, there's only one thing that will cheer you up, and that's taking your next shot at double.
134.
Was a danger that this game could be very similar to what we saw from these two yesterday, which was 6 legs, 4 won by Östlund, winning average of 81.55.
30. Antonio Carr, 88.
This game is very similar to what we saw yesterday. I'm just not sure there's any chemistry in this game.
No, there's no real tempo to it. Darts is, well, they say in boxing, styles make fights, and similar can be
48.
said with regards to players. You get 2 players who just gel and just get on with it.
Is there anybody out there that you loved playing against because of pace or anything else?
Yeah, I loved
44.
playing. I loved playing
Antonio
Ronnie
Carr,
Baxter,
40.
but didn't enjoy the results.
That is an awful lie.
Well, you can see.
Oh, yeah, what a shot
Game
that
shot on the
is.
third leg. Anton Östlund.
You didn't see it from the initial camera angle, but when you saw the dart flat, you saw what he saw. That
Fourth
third
leg,
dart is
Anton to
probably the
through
best
first.
dart of the day.
Game on.
That'll cheer anybody up. Anybody you hated playing, as far as their pace is concerned. Because I tell you one thing, when I played
100.
Raymond van Barneveld in a competitive match, I could have had 6 darts and still not won.
No, I quite enjoyed playing him. Through my ignorance and attitude, I didn't think he was that good.
100.
And I played him with that lack of respect.
Now, I actually loved playing his pace of the game, but I just couldn't beat him. Ironically, do you know who I enjoyed playing the most, pace-wise? Phil Taylor.
100.
I never felt like I was being rushed or being slowed down at any point. There was such a lovely rhythm to every time I played him. I looked forward to every single one of them.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, like I say, his style of, well, his ability was what I disliked the most. But no, I didn't. I agree with you.
100.
I quite enjoyed the tempo of the game. Although I got thumped 99% of the time, but we did have some great games.
100.
Great game in the match. Everyone goes back to the 9 dart one, but we had an absolute cracker. I think it was a last 16 or a quarter final, and it was after 20 legs, 10 apiece. I thought, right, I've got you here. 6 legs later. Thanks.
Is there anybody who still lives rent-free
85.
in your pocket because you beat them that much in your career?
No, not really. Did have a great record against Lloydie.
100.
Sure, he'll be thrilled to hear that.
I don't think he liked playing me very much.
I don't think Ross Smith liked playing me. But then again, I played Ross Smith
John
before
Parr.
he was a major champion.
John Parr, great record against him, which is why I find it hard to put him in my top 10.
180. Anthony
Yeah,
Barr,
I shouldn't have a great record against a top 10 player.
Me either. My record against John's brilliant. Treble 19. The double 12 for 3-1.
Game
Just
shot on
what the
fourth
doctor
leg.
ordered.
Anton Usland.
Look at the reaction.
5th leg, Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Nathan didn't seem to appreciate that response, but they're in different places, really, in terms of this Group A. Anton's very
81.
much trying to chase down the top spot.
Not a tickling contest. A lot of money on the line this week.
Unless you're playing with feathers.
I didn't realise you'd played John Parr in the World Championship 3
100.
times.
Yeah. And in the match play.
3 times in the match play as well. Really did run into
40.
each other a few times, didn't you? Sometimes it's really interesting to know what your record is against somebody, and we've got the benefit of information, haven't we?
Yeah, well, yeah, we subscribe to the databases which allow us to look back at historical matches, and out of curiosity, I think, what something triggers your mind, and
78.
you play matches against players and think, I can't even remember that.
My record against John Parr, 7-2.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I'm very happy with that. But like every time you play someone and you think, I've got their number, I've got their number. The first time they beat you by a big margin. Just wonder how Nathan's feeling about his record against Östlund this week, because he has not played well against the Swede in both games.
95.
Anton is just playing well enough to beat the person in front of him, and I suppose that's all you've got to do. But he's going to need more than this if he does harbour any ambitions of winning a group this
59.
week. An 84 average is not going to get it done.
No.
I know that Nico Bloom was getting into the final of week 1 against Willie Borland with mid-70s averages, but that was
59.
a real anomaly.
Yeah, I think ultimately you'll get found out at some stage, unless it's that names on pot lad situation.
134. Nathan Carr, 148.
I tell you that player I did love to play, Steve Beaton, because it was just there was no ill feeling. We just had a game of darts.
I found it really difficult to be myself against Steve. I like to be quite rambunctious. So I can't do it against him. And then one occasion I just had to. Just like Anton's got to now. That was a Scott Mitchell-esque kind of shot at double 16. I hope he doesn't mind me saying that.
Game, shot
But that's
in.
in, and a 4-1 victory for Anton Östlund finishes his day, which means he will finish on double-digit points for 2 days of action. He will go to 10 points. His leg difference will go to -1. So he's going to have to be happy with that. He might not be happy with the performance, but the result he will love. When we come back, it will be Tingstrom looking to stretch his lead at the top to 4 once again over Scott Mitchell.
At Bet365, we encourage all of our players to play safe. So before you take a look at today's fixtures, log in and check out our responsible gambling tools. Like deposit limits. You can set a daily, weekly, or monthly limit that helps keep an eye on your spending. So you are able to enjoy the things that matter most. When you play safe with Bet365.
Anyway, cutbacks, initial thoughts, downsizing. I could make do with this office here, I suppose, but that big space downstairs is a bit overindulgent nowadays, isn't it?
By downstairs, do you mean closing the actual branch? Mm-hmm. But nationwide, aren't we?
We're not nationwide, are we? We're nothing like them. Is that my ex-wife?
Unlike the big banks, we're not closing our branches. Nationwide, a good way to bank.
When you finally move in. When 2 becomes 3. When they've shot up again. When you want the flexibility to shop the brands you love. Say hello to VeryPay. Choose Pay Now, Pay Later, or Pay over 3 months and pay no interest. And we'll send you helpful payment reminders every month. VeryPay, nice and flexible for when life is anything but. Shop now at very.co.uk.
Say hello to Go.Compare, the new way to compare prices on insurance, credit cards and more. So, if you're looking for the right deal on your pet insurance, looking to switch your home insurance, or searching for car insurance with £250 free excess cover, remember Go.Compare. One click and you're there. Go.Compare!
So as the end of day 2 is on the horizon here, which of the players will still be in the race? Victor Tingstrom certainly will be going into tomorrow. He topped the table at the start of the day and has managed to manoeuvre himself back there. Will Scott Mitchell be one of the dogs in that race? Well, he needs to win this match, surely, to ensure that he has much of a chance to make it to the top of the table. Dom Taylor, Anton Östlund and possibly Andy Bolton as well could be contenders for top spot. It could be a really congested group, a real grandstand finish, but it all depends on the outcome of these last 2 matches. Bolton facing Taylor, who's in second, and Mitchell playing top of the table. Tingstrom in this one, and guiding you through each dart. It's back to the asset and the ace.
Thank you, Chris. I think there are a few people at the minute watching this match hoping that Mitchell wins. One of them is Mitchell, because if he does win, he will equalise Anton Östlund on 10 points overnight going into the final day of action. But the most crucial part is that he stops Victor from getting to 16. But if Victor does do that, he's going to guarantee at least a 2-point cushion overnight and over Dom Taylor, who plays Andy Bolton in the last match. It could even be 4 points
81.
once again after everything that's happened today, where he has been overtaken at one point. He might just still have control.
Yeah, he's rescued the situation
99.
very, very well. And I can assure you, Scott will be thinking back to their match yesterday morning where he was edged out by Victor full 3, and he'll want to right the wrongs from that. It's the way that Scott Mitchell
100.
operates.
I asked you a question in the previous match about Anton. Had he regressed,
85.
maintained, or improved? What do you think about Mitchell today?
Well, we haven't seen one of those big averages that he produced yet. But all in all, I think he's
100.
He's been more solid, but has also suffered with that inability to string wins together. He just can't double or treble up.
57.
Last time out, it was a very good performance in beating Osland 4-1. Now he's got to back it up with a win here against Tingstrom.
And if he does win this game, he will improve points-wise for the day. Yesterday it was 4. A win here would get him to 6, which is something that Osland has already done. Dom Taylor has already doubled his tally
41.
from yesterday. He might even go further than that.
Tomorrow, of course. I think today you play with a bit more freedom, unless you're Victor. Yet tomorrow
96.
it'll be who deals with the pressure of the occasion and the situation of trying to navigate yourself into a prominent position to either win the group or ensure your spot in Group B.
59. Victor
That's where we look at the likes of Mitchell and
Bolton
and Taylor, because they've been through these situations before. Tingstrom, when he
100.
was with
Got
us
the
the last
car
time,
120.
he went to Group C. Whatever happens, it's going to be a new feeling for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't see anything worse than Group C, even if he's defeated here. Think one over the top.
Getting shot on the
Beautiful.
first leg. Scott
A
Mitchell.
beautiful shot of a beautiful shot and the angle of entry.
Second leg.
Very
Victor to the
neutral
first.
dart.
Game on.
Or the way it enters the board.
It's that he's actually dabbing on the dart. Is it a chalk bag?
Yeah, well, it's a resin bag, so there's there's several
100.
brands out there. I think there's a Mighty Grip, and it's just a resin powder that allows you to get a little bit more grip.
Have you ever used anything like that?
I do use something like that. It's called a little pot, and it appears
100.
like chalk dust, but I don't. Chalk for me makes it more. I don't get any kind of grip with chalk. I don't understand that.
Yeah, me too.
140.
Not a fan of chalk at all.
No, where Taylor's used the wax before, and then he used to use a form of resin powder, and you'd often see him go back to his
140.
drink station, if you like, and just dab the table, and you only need a tiny little bit.
Yeah, he would just touch his finger on it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Got to find what works for you. What
60.
level of grip, whether it's on the dart that you use or something that aids that.
Yeah, some people apply it to the dart, some people apply it to the fingers.
Seen Johnny Haynes on this stage using a bit of chalk, and he
81.
tends to keep it in a pocket and just draw on the dart every now and again.
Yep.
$97.
Nice switch there from Vic. Mitchell will be looking for a 140 here to leave tops again. Even if he leaves 120, it'll be under threat because he's already hit it.
100.
He does
Victor
leave
car 104.
somewhat cousin of 120.
Yeah, when we used to go to America a lot back in the day,
48.
they were
Scott car 80.
story about Keith Deller.
Could it be another for the collector's item? pouch for Mitchell here as he goes for tops again.
Yeah.
I don't think he can see that one.
60.
I thought he'd hit that.
Yeah, he
Victor
went to
Carr,
the
56.
open side of the bed, and it was very, very close. He'd have felt when that's come out of his hand that that's going to find the target.
Double top for Victor.
Game
And he
shot on the
hits
second
what
leg.
Mitchell
Victor
couldn't.
Tingstrom.
Yeah, so when we used to go to America early in the morning, because it was a 9:30 registration back then, so we used to meet
Survey
about 8
Scott to
o'clock
throw
in
first. Game
one
on.
of the players' rooms. So it was Big Cliff, Eric, me, Loey, Keith, Wazza, Rod, Colin. So a real big sort of family of us that would travel together.
Before you get into your story, I'm sure there are some wicked photographs from back then that never see the light of air.
Yeah, there would be, but I don't know who has them. So, as you know, Keith
95.
Taylor likes to use a bit of chalk. So, I think we went to his room, him and Eric's room. So there he is, sat on the floor in his boxers, grinding this chalk onto his darts. And it looked like something out of an Al Pacino movie. That's all I'm saying. But it was most definitely chalk. But yeah, it was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Of course, if he wore black trousers, it was just everywhere.
180.
You'd almost need like a clean paintbrush just to do that on the board to get it off when you were playing him. The tiniest little darts. Dinky little things.
I only ever played Keith once at an exhibition in Aintree, and he played brilliantly. Beat me quite convincingly in the final.
140.
But I just couldn't handle the chalk on my hands. Get it away from me.
For me, it was almost greasy
56.
for me. I couldn't use it at all.
I can understand why weightlifters use it and gymnasts, because they want to be able to move around bars and have a little bit of flexibility, but it's all personal preference.
100. Victor
Yeah,
Carr,
Victor.
170.
You've got yourself a 180.
The advantage of using a resin, of course, if you suffer with sweaty hands, it puts up a barrier.
58. Scott Carr, 141.
Really stings if you lose a leg when you've had a 180 in it. Even worse if you've had two. That happened to Anton Östlund earlier. Oh,
100.
he squeezes it in the
Victor
corner.
Carr,
Dart, I mean,
112.
there was the option there, really, to go ball.
$60 needed for a shot double 16, and he can't get it. Means Mitchell
100. Scott Carr,
will surely go
41.
one for tops.
New nickname, one top.
Oh, this is Paolo. Paolo one tops.
21.
If you like football, you'll get that reference.
Carr,
He used to
12.
play for Bolton, didn't he? Paolo one chop. One of the best footballers that Costa Rica has ever produced.
Game shot on the
But
third
it's
leg.
2-1
Victor
to
Tingstrom.
Sweden.
That's a familiar thing where you just feel like Mitchell was just giving legs away and
Fourth leg,
giving
Victor
games
Tingstrom
away.
first.
Him
Game
and
on.
Bolton have been guilty of that so far this whole campaign, and you can see the shake of the head as if to say, "How on earth am I 2-1 down?"
60.
Because they're doing to Victor what happened yesterday. They are giving him too many sniffs.
Yep.
You know what happens when you give
85.
a dog a sniff? They will find it. But unfortunately, for Scotty Dog, it just doesn't seem to be occurring at the minute.
$59.
Don't forget that we have double darts on Thursday and Friday, live on the Super Series YouTube channel from 1 p.m. Thursday and Friday. And at 2:30 p.m. we will join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV.
85.
We have Group C action on Thursday afternoon. And then Group B action from Thursday and Friday night at 10 p.m.
Yeah, I've got them all hooked in a pub on
36.
Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights now.
We've also got ladies action on Saturday afternoon. Talked a little bit earlier about the players who will be here.
100.
Great little lineup, that.
Great opportunities for the ladies to first name on a title trophy as well. When that comes around,
180.
you always want to be the first name on something. A bit like Conan Whitehead for this series crown as well. That name will forever be the first emblazoned on that trophy, which now has 4 names on it. Littler, Smith, Whitehead, and McEwen.
$96.
Nice layup there from Victor. Using that 19 section effectively. Anything but a 1-3-4. Victor is definitely still a favourite. But the 1-3-4 is found.
Victor Car 70.
Yeah, that's just applied some pressure on this 70. Well, that's a disaster because now he's 11 ball.
It is the ball. Had he got the treble, it would have been double 14 again.
40.
More new school finishing, Nico.
Happening a lot with 70 at the minute. Double 10, paramount.
20.
The doubling is
Victor
deserting
Car
him
31.
again. 7 darts now at a double. 1 hit. Ingstrom has only had 3 at a double, but hit 2.
How's he going to go for 31? Oh, I don't think he wanted that one. That's the benefit of going down there.
Game shot on the 4th.
He wanted a 3 for double 14, but he has found a 19. Suppose he might tell us that he meant to do that, but I assure you, considering what he did in the previous visit, he was trying to leave 28.
And getting a bit of rub. It's almost like he's destined to win this Group A.
140.
Once bitten, twice shy, you know what they say. Even if he does go into tomorrow with a 4-point cushion or even a 2-point cushion, he will not feel comfortable with it. Because even with a 6-point cushion, that was gone within 2 rounds today, pretty much. Had 3 180s in this game, has Victor.
100.
Department's been okay today. He has gradually got better with that as the day's gone on.
57.
2 180s against Usland, even though he lost the game by 4-0. Got 1 against Bolton in that very tight win. He's got 3 here. There's another for Mitchell. He has not had many.
4 in this match. 3-1 in favour of Tingstrom.
100. Scott Car 81.
Victor runs out of room to try and leave 1-2-4. Mitchell can't miss again. Might have the luxury of the layup here. That's why he does it. You might think that's a risky
41.
play,
Victor
but the
Car
percentages do
164.
say that that is the right thing to do.
$44. Scott Car 40.
Hit tops or run the risk of Victor bookending this game with 120 checkouts.
Game shot
There
on
you
the
go.
5th flag.
No chance
Scott
for
Mitchell.
Victor.
And a much needed dart finding the double.
6-leg Victor to throw first. Game on.
Tom Taylor
60.
has not been at the Oki now for quite some time. Last time he played was when he was beating Nathan Treadgold by 4-0 in game 11.
Yeah, it feels like a long, long time ago.
Well, that is a gap of
100.
about an hour and 20 minutes. If he has not spent that time effectively, Andy Bolton might just gobble him up.
60.
the intricacy of playing here in Portsmouth over the course of a 5-game day. Might have these long gaps. Remember what it was like when we played at home? Scott does, because he was
45.
playing from the farm. We used to have headsets on and used to listen to all of it. But then you'd check out of the games, and when you checked back in, you were listening to the matches happening and waiting for the end of it so you could check back in and play yourself. It was very odd.
We're talking about 9 darters, of course, with Ryan Searle hitting one in the slam last night. Also last night, a friend of the Super Series, Sean Fisher, hit a 9-darter in his league game.
Well done, Sean.
First one ever in that particular league.
Very, very good. Nice bit of history there for Sean. Great to hear that kind of thing. Actually, today is a 9-dart anniversary for 2 9-darters. Both in the Grand Slam. One for Dimitri van den Berg, which was hit against Stephen Bunting. And the other one by fellow Belgian Kim Huybrechts, famously against Michael van Gerwen.
Yeah, that was some game.
41.
Hasten to say, probably the most impressive game that Kim's ever played.
Agreed.
$93.
I've got a question to ask you in the next match, actually, because it came up. I was talking to a Belgian journalist the other day. I'd like your answer in the next match to the question of
140.
Him thinks he's the best player from Belgium of all time. Do you agree?
No.
We'll get back to it. Double 14. Oh, no. He's underpitched it. And Mitchell is going to get another look.
72. Scott Ricard, 54.
54 to make the Belkin boy feel drained. It's not there.
Victor Ricard, 16.
Victor can stretch his legs to have the same leg difference as Dom Taylor before he plays his last match of the day, but vitally to have 16 points.
Game, shot, and the match.
He wins his last 2 games against the 2 fancied players in Mitchell and Bolton. You can see what Mitchell thinks about that. He missed his chances, but Victor takes his, well, we said that before. So he's going to go into Wednesday's play as the leader, even though he has been caught at one point. But before we leave you today, it will be Bolton and Taylor to see where they stand going into the final day of Group A.
Well, a huge victory for Victor Tingstrom before the break there over Scott Mitchell. He now has a 4-point gap again at the summit. Dom Taylor could close it to a couple of points. If he can get the win, that would see him complete the card today and make it 5 from 5. But Andy Bolton himself wants to try and stay in contention, and will be looking to sign off with victory here. I'll hand you back to Mace and Paul.
Thank you, Chris. The complexion of this group is very, very interesting indeed. It's taken a bit of a twist today. You may remember at 9:29 this morning,
First Andy to throw first.
It was 10 points for Tingstrom and 4 points for everybody else. Andy Bolton's already got 4 more points today, but it hasn't been enough. If he does get another win, he will go to 10 points in the table and be 6 points behind Victor once again. But if Dom Taylor wins, he's within 2 after a perfect day. What's the more likely scenario, Mace?
Well, Bolton may be in that mindset of, well, it's just not my day, not my group. And he may be able to play with a bit more freedom, where Dom Taylor will be conscious of going through the card and
96.
once again trying to close the gap on Tingstrom.
7th 180 of the day for Dom Taylor.
12th of his Group A campaign, by far more than any other player.
177.
He was 5 deep earlier. He's found dart 6 this time.
134. Dominic 144.
He might even need to hit this just to win the leg. It's on, and it's a great lie. Gutted. He is gutted because that first start was so good.
96. Andy O'Carr, 137.
He didn't do what the norm would do and just try and crash it in. He felt like he could just float it in there.
Still a really impressive start.
47. Dominic O'Carr, 48.
More of what Andy Bolton's been up against so far in this group this week.
What I do is make sure not faff about on the doubles.
Game
12
shot of the
darter.
first leg. Dom Taylor.
In English, faffing starts with an F. In German, it starts with a P.
Second leg, Dom to throw first. Game on.
You know what horse is in German?
No.
Pferd. P-F-E-R-D. You have some words that start with P-F. I think if you were going to have German faffing, it would start with a P-F.
100.
Thought I'd get that off my chest.
I don't think it would even translate, would it?
Well, according to the great series that is
42.
Blackadder, Germans have no word for fluffy. That could be complete fiction, by the way.
96.
Well, it was said by the legend that is Rowan Atkinson, so I'm inclined to believe everything about it.
140.
I don't think there's anybody funnier who has ever graced the planet.
The genius. That particular series was incredible.
128.
He's not relenting, Taylor. He wants these 2 points. He wants to put Tingstrom under the maximum pressure overnight and make him think about nobody else
100.
but Dom.
Putting him on notice, isn't he?
Very much so. If Bolton does lose this game, you have to fancy that the best he can do is the top 3. And I'd have to put him
137.
towards the top of the list to kick into Group B, but imagine the thought process of the people in Group C.
59.
Likes of Mould, Lipscomb and Kelling.
40.
I bet they were thinking at the start of the week, there's no way Andy Bolton's going to be in our group.
Or Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, they might both be in the group. Two tens for Dom.
20. Andy O'Carr, 160.
But a mistake he might be able to rectify. He's played an awful lot of darts recently.
60.
Just wonder how his engine is.
20.
Been here a lot. He's been on the Challenge Tour a lot. Done a lot of travelling for qualifying for European Tour events as well.
Yeah, he's been playing in all the overseas
15,
associate members events, hasn't he?
With success. Then in European Tour events as well. Then again, after winning a series here, Series 3. Oh, he's going for tops for 2 of them. Ah, it's wonderful.
Shot on the second leg.
Really, really good from Bolton.
Yeah, shouldn't have been getting a go.
Yeah, when he won in Series 3, I
Third
believe
leg
it
Andy to
was.
throw first. Game
It
on.
might have been Series 4. Went on a cruise straight after.
Nice.
99.
Ever been on a cruise?
No, wouldn't be my bag, that.
I'm not a fan of being stuck on a boat with a lot of people.
What was your Kim Hybrids thing? Where did he actually say that?
I believe he did.
60.
To a journalist in Belgium. He thinks he's the best Belgian player of all time. I think it's up for debate.
Well, if he feels like he has
100.
more ability, that's a different argument. But you got to look at titles won and look at Eric Claris, a former world master, Dimitri, multiple big titles and European tours, World Series. Yeah, until your resume has got to fit your own preconceived idea of where you sit. I think I'm better than a lot of players that have done a lot better than I have. They achieved more. Do I think I was a better player? Absolutely. Did I think I have more ability? Absolutely. But I can't compare myself to those because of their achievements.
We can't compare Dom Taylor to anybody today. Because he's had 3 180s and a 177. In this game, it's only like 3.
By the way, do I think Kim Hybrids is a good player? Damn right I do.
Give you my answer in the next leg. It might not be the answer you'd expect. What a leg of darts that is. Another 12 from Dom Taylor.
Averaging 107, Nico.
And my answer on the Kim Hybrids debate is this.
Game on.
It doesn't matter whether he is. It's whether he thinks he is. And I think that is a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, although I didn't achieve
58
anywhere near what I should have, I still felt, I'm on about in my absolute pomp that I was one of the best players in the world.
Game is delivering right now. Is Andy Bolton going to have a tilt at a 9-darter?
$58.
Let's find out. 4. Oh, we only stay at 4.
140.
And he gets the next treble 20 as well. What a shame. That treble 20 is submitting right now.
It's taking a bit of a walloping in this one. Had 4 180s, 3 140s, and 9 scores of a ton or more in 3 and a bit legs.
Proper game of darts, this one.
137.
Not relenting as well. 2 players who, when they played the first game of the week, really did deliver a wonderful, wonderful spectacle. 91 average for Taylor in a defeat. Mid-90s for Bolton.
58.
With 50% on doubles in that first match. And the signs were good at that point.
Yeah, multiple 10-plus finishes between them as well.
Game shot on the
that. That's an 11.
Bolton.
12, 12, 11. That's 3 of the 4 legs we've had.
Fifth leg Andy to throw first. Game on.
13 and a 10 and a 9. Full house.
Someone might win in 6 legs and we'll run out of opportunities.
134.
There is a bit of a frown about Bolton at the minute, as if to say, I refuse to leave here without the final 2 points of Tuesday. That in itself would be a healthy mindset.
60.
defiance is something I am a big fan of.
Oh, yeah.
100.
What he's doing in this performance so far is something that he hasn't done a great deal of on a consistent basis over the last couple of days. He's backing up his big scores. But Dom is doing the same.
140.
Talked a few games ago about Fred Gold and Östlund and how there's not a great deal of game chemistry there. This one has it in abundance. These two could play each other all day long and probably maintain this kind of standard. There you can see the standard.
100.
This week, it does not get much better than that.
Well, this one's got that nice rhythm to it, hasn't it? Something we haven't seen too much of.
Oh, I've got another one.
The fifth leg. Andy Bolton.
Oh.
Another 12.
Another 1-2-7 in game.
Yeah, without the 1-2-7
Six
in
leg
game.
Dom to throw first. Game on.
The leg breakdown in this match is tantalising. It's like Homer Simpson looking at a donut.
Remember, the initial early leg could have been done in 11 as well.
100.
Tom Taylor's thinking, I've played so well in this game. How am I behind? I'll tell you how. Because Andy Bolton is playing just as well as you.
77.
And he's not missing doubles.
If not better, 105.35 the average for Bolton.
These are the darts of a man who has won a Group A campaign before and just knows how to do it in round 5. Well, he's not going to win this group by the looks of it at this stage. But you will not hear him say that.
140.
No, he'll still fancy the job.
However, if he does get 284 and 6,
56.
it will be job done for the day, and it will be better than yesterday. But he still won't be happy. On 10 points, 6 points adrift of Tingstrom, he would need help. But at least he would still have a chance. This is the finish, of course, that Dom Taylor did try for the 9-darter earlier in the match. Failed to get the second 60.
$96. Dominic
What a great game.
148.
And the fact that this is going to be one of the worst legs of the match tells you everything.
$58. Andy O'Carr, 48.
Andy has been well above the 100 mark, and this could well be the best average of the week so far.
32. Dominic O'Carr, 90.
The first 2 darts, he's missed a double in this whole match. It would be so typical of his day if Dom takes the 90 and they have to go back to the oche with 501 left. Dom knows this could be his last chance. And he finds double 15. We are going to leg 7. And based on the standard, I think this game really does deserve a one-leg shootout. Andy will not agree with that,
Andy
though.
to throw first. Game on.
He could have had the game won by now. Could state that this is the biggest leg of the group so far. The Bolton is 8 points behind the top. Dom is within 2. Dom is 4 points behind. Bolton is 6 behind. Either way, nobody is going to equalise Victor Tingstrom.
140.
Can't afford to be troubleless
100.
in games like this towards the end. Got to keep the pressure on, and Dom Taylor has almost taken the darts already after one visit.
80.
That could be costly. Not the first time that that's happened today. Trying to figure out why that happened. When it does repeatedly happen,
58.
you have to inspect what you throw or how you throw it. Make sure it does not repeat itself. Tremendous bounce back, though.
99.
Bolton needs a 2 treble visit here, of which he's had plenty in this game. 6 in total.
100.
Doesn't get another. He knows he's 1 short. He needs mistakes from the tower. Trying to leave 90 once again,
92.
and he does. His biggest finish of the game, which he hit to take us this far. If he replicates, he will deny Bolton points once again.
47. Dominican 90.
Almost as if Andy can't look. It's double 15 again. This time he gets it on the first dart. A tremendous game of darts, but Andy Bolton is on the wrong side of it. And Dom Taylor goes through the card and wins all 5 games today. And he's only going to be 2 points behind Victor Tingstrom at the top of the table. And here's another little cherry as well. With that 4-3 win, he's got a better leg difference than the Swede. So it will be very, very interesting indeed to see what happens when we go into Wednesday's play. We will start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, and it will be fascinating to see what happens in the first couple of rounds, to see where people are pitched. But as it stands, Dom Taylor will finish the day in second position. Andy Bolton will have to settle for 4th, and he will have a charge for Group B potentially tomorrow. That's his main port of call. Let's go to the stage to find out how the people are feeling about today's action with the 2 Chris's, and I think they might have some company.
We certainly do. Dom, congratulations. 5 out of 5, but that last match was pretty dramatic, wasn't it? Pretty tense.
Quite, yeah. I mean, we've had a good laugh in the practice room last 2 days, and today I just thought, come in, play how I know I can. Yesterday didn't quite go great. I was playing well, but results didn't go my way. And that game was just, I mean, we started off the day yesterday with a storming game, and that just backed it up again.
We'll just go through the results. Mace, that very first one, when Dom got that 4-0 against Victor Tingstrom, that really did set the tone for the day, didn't it?
Yeah, and it was the level of performance as well. That was what was eye-catching. It was there yesterday, but it was a little bit patchy, where we suggested this morning at the top of the show, someone like Dom could do what Victor did yesterday, but do it at another level, and that's what he did today, and he maintained it against. And every time someone did try and raise their game against him, he had the answer all day.
Yeah, we're going to look at a few of your wins from today, Dom. Started with that one, actually. Going into today, when you saw that Victor had that 6-point gap, what was your kind of attitude?
He's not beating me today. And that was literally all I was saying. He's not beating me today. I just try and get the 5 out of 5, and I've managed to pull through and do it.
And I suppose most players would have had that kind of mentality, because it was, as we said at the top of the show, unheard of for somebody to have that big lead. So for Dom to have got as close to catching up today is a real effort, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's a student of the game, so you would have seen that the level of play was certainly nothing that you couldn't match or improve on. So when you're in a group like that, you sort of play one day and you think, hang on a minute, if I just play my normal game here, which we know what he's capable of doing, he can hold a midnight his average all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday. If he did something like that, which is pretty much what he's done today, he could go through the card, and that's the kind of mentality he will have.
Yeah, it certainly did do that. Now, all of those victories, but the best dart, or the best darts of the day, were these. Dom, talk us through this moment here from earlier on.
I just thought, he wasn't sat on a finish, so don't go straight for it. And as we see there, I've gone for the big one and pulled it, and I thought I'm not getting into the single and the double with that dart.
My thinking in comms was the fact that you overpitch the single 17. What you tend to do is underpitch the next dart, because you're conscious of not. Obviously, if you overpitch on the 2, you've got bust everywhere. And I've seen that happen before. It's quite a common thing for a player. You're conscious of it, and you think, right, I'll just get as close as I can to the double to get the biggest part of the single two.
Yeah.
And you can often just pitch it outside. But the double three was incredible.
Yeah, some reaction, and he's reacted all day, to be fair. But I have to give some credit, Chris, to Victor Tingstrom. If we look at his winning moment here against Scott Mitchell, it looked at times today like he could just completely sink without a trace, but he's fought back, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I would say I don't like using the word luck, and people get it confused with being a little fortunate, and sometimes you need that. You know, you need ultimately someone to make a mistake, and so far, excluding Dom, no one's really capitalised on either having opportunities. And here's another here. I mean, this is a game Mitchell will reflect on. I think I should have won that, and Bolton will, in his game against him, will think that yesterday. You know, but you need that sometimes. If you're gonna win a group or win a tournament or win a match, during that match you're gonna come up against some adversities, and for you to get over it, you either need your opponent to make a mistake or get a deflection or a bounce out, and you to take out key shots at key moments. I think James Wade summed it up yesterday at the Slam in an interview that, you know, this sport's about winning the moments. It's a journey, not rather than the destination.
Well, speaking of that journey, for you in particular, Dom, look, it's not often you're looking up at anything, is it? But at the start of the day, you were looking at a table with the players 6 points clear. Now, you're just 2 behind. So what's the approach now for you in this race tomorrow?
I feel just come in exactly the way I did today, take every game as it comes, play at my own pace, don't get carried away in Scott's speed or Victor's speed, or even Andy's, because he's quite a speedy player. Just play how I feel that I've got to play and approach game by game and see what we can do.
And I think a massive advantage, he's superior in legs one and legs different. So as long as he takes care of Victor when they meet, he's just got to do what he did today, go through the card, and he wins the group.
2-horse race?
Yes.
Is that how you see it? You can say 1-horse race if you want.
That's what's in my head. That's what's in my head. Obviously, I'm going to do what I can do. I'm not sure how the fixture set out tomorrow. If I get Victor early and do the job on him, perfect, and just go from there and take it game by game.
Well, thanks for talking to us, mate. Thanks for your company today. All will be revealed tomorrow. The action resumes, as always, 9:30 AM back here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and live on Sporty Stuff TV. We will see you then.